Magny Cours conditions are certainly not as we left them yesterday after the glorious and rather unexpected but very welcome sunshine. It is a very foggy morning here in the region of Nevers ahead of the 4 hours of Magny Cours for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We've just had the midgets out on track and their race was red flagged, and I have just had the message from race control that the start procedure is delayed. So not quite sure how long this delay is going to be, but we hopefully should have cars making their way to the grid shortly. You can see still in their garages, but you can see why the start has been delayed, because the visibility is incredibly poor at this point. The fog has lifted a little bit since we left the hotel this morning, but still far from ideal conditions for racing. Next update will be at 9:15, so that is in about 17 and a half minutes time. So it will be 24 cars taking to the start. Oh, let's go down to Claire.
Chris, very, very briefly, I wanted to show you down into turn 1. Now, I can't see it, and so we're going to get an update in 17 minutes, like you said. But literally, heading this way, turn around into turn 1, because that's the back of the track. If you look this way, you can barely even see the course cars. So this is the issues that we're having this morning. We saw the midgets out this morning, and you could not see the cars. You couldn't see the floodlights, so we really need to wait for this flood to start clearing before we can even think about getting these cars onto the grid. So it's going to be a bit of a wait, I think. So do make sure you stay with us, because we will shortly, I think, be going racing for 4 hours in Magny Cours.
Oh, thanks for that, Claire. A very good visual representation of the problem at hand. Yeah, slap bang in the middle of the straight. Couldn't see the last corner, couldn't see the first corner either. Yeah, very clearly not safe conditions to be racing in. As I was saying, it's 24 cars that will take to the start for this 4-hour race. We have a championship battle at hand in terms of the overall championship. It's the Kojimo crew of Erwin Creed, Marlon Hernandez and Nicolas Prost that leads the championship after back-to-back victories last time out in Aragon and at the Portimao 6 Hour, which was worth 1.25 points. So that has given them a little bit of a points advantage, because Romain Carton and Matthias Besch have also won 2 races in their DB Autosport number 20 car. So it is 8.25 points that separate the two crews at the moment. There's also 3/4 of a point between Romain Carton and Matthias Besch, because Matthias Besch did not do the Portimao round and Romain Carton only got the finishing points. And because they were 1.25 points, it's a slightly quirky system. Alan Gashef and James Winslow from 23 Events Racing have just about kept their championship hopes alive with a podium finish last time out in Aragon. And so they are, what is that now? 35.5 points back. 25.5 back. Yes, 25.5 point back, and of course, 25 points up for grabs for the 2 races remaining. And I wouldn't count out the number 9 Graf crew as well, of David Drew, Quentin Joseph, and Eric Trulé. Of course, reigning champion is Eric Trulé. For the Graf squad, they've had 2 podium finishes this year, so yeah, I wouldn't count them out just yet. We have the opportunity to crown our first champion, or champions today, I should say as well, because in the AM standings, the ultimate category, as it is officially known in Ultimate Cup competition, the 555 Kojimo Racing crew of Denis Callon, Philippe Thirion and team boss Sébastien Morales are on 106 points after winning the first 3 races of the season and a second place finish last time out in Aragon. They are 48 points ahead of Nicolas Chartier and Stéphane Rupp in the sister car from Kojimo. And of course it is 50 points left up for grabs. So it would take some dramas for the 555, which did have some dramas in qualifying, it must be said, with Philippe Thirion bringing out the red flags in Q3 with a crash at the Adelaide hairpin, losing it under braking. And so that has given it a 10-place grid penalty, as is standard ruling in the Ultimate Cup. If you are the sole responsibility for bringing out a red flag during a qualifying session, then you receive a 10-place grid penalty. So that's put them on the back row of the grid. In fact, it's put them dead last on the grid, 24th. The only car, the car that benefited from that is the number 8 Graf car, which did not set a time in Q3. Normally, that's an automatic back of the grid start, but the 555 penalty coming later than that. So Alexandre Counod, Loris Carbaz, and Jimmy Cho, who will be starting that number 8 car, be coming up from the back of the grid. But that is an all-silver crew, so I would expect Jimmy Cho to make quite good progress in the first part of the race. Let's go down to Claire Cottingham, who's got more news for us.
To one of the drivers, Rob Greenwood is just looking like he's about to get into the car here for CD Sport. Chris Short alongside me. Are we going racing anytime soon?
I don't think so, no. Not looking at how bad the fog is. I don't think much has changed in the last half an hour, has it? So I know we're delayed. I can't imagine much happening for the next 20 or 30 minutes with the way things are looking. You know, there's visibility of a couple of 100 meters max. So I think we've got half an hour delay ahead of us.
We were driving in this morning and I said that even to drive in a road car, and I was going slower because of the fog, let's not get you run over just by here. Lamo Racing just coming out. That's was Enzo Richet's car, but he's now moved to the 777. So well, I was driving in and I thought I can barely see. So how realistic here are we thinking that this is going to clear? Is there any indication that we could go racing in the next hour?
I don't know. My first time to.
Why? You're not a weatherman?
No, I'm not a weatherman. I've been told this is typical for Magny, this sort of weather, but quite disappointing after obviously the beautiful blue skies we had yesterday. But yeah, the drive-in this morning was like a pea super, wasn't it? You couldn't see anything, and it's not really vastly improved. So who knows? We're in the lap of the gods, I think, at the moment. But I think, you know, I'd like to think in the next half an hour or so things are going to improve. And we can get racing at some point, certainly within the hour, I'd hope.
In the hour, okay, you heard it here first. It is hanging a bit out there. Let's just talk about the last round. Obviously, I know we do have to a little bit, because obviously there was the incident on the first lap with car number 7, which was Jonathan Thomas that was driving. I've seen obviously there's onboards and things that have been going around. Have you had a chance to have a look at it and see kind of what happened?
Yes, I have. I mean, I don't want into too much detail, but there was a slight issue with the brake pedals. But I mean, look, it was a mistake that was made, and yeah, it was a big shunt actually. So I know Jonathan had a bit of concussion, and I went to see him straight away. Glad to see that he's he's absolutely fine now. But yeah, very unpleasant incident, and that's part of racing, I suppose. But yeah, we don't want another one of those. We've had quite a few chats today, and the key objective is to make sure we finish the race, so hand the car over to our tour in good condition, and get our jobs done as the bronze drivers.
Great to see Artur back as well. He's had limited running, unfortunately, just due to various issues with the car. CD Sport in general, though, you guys as a team have been really impressive. Just had a bit of bad luck, but it's great to see him back and that he get a few laps out there, we hope.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, that pace is good, and we know Artur's very quick. I think was he P4 yesterday in the last qualifying session. Still time in the car, so. you know what these endurance races are like, Claire. You've just got everything to come together, avoid silly penalties and mistakes, and I think we can, definitely have a strong result if we can do that. Certainly top 10, top 5 would be amazing.
And just finally, obviously, your good friend Rob has been sharing the car with you this year. How impressed have you been, though? Because I remember talking to you at the beginning of the season. You were like, "This is a year for him to really bed in, get used to it," and he's really impressed, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done a great job. He's really come on leaps and bounds since the beginning of the season. And you just look at the pace. I know we didn't race in Motorland, but his qualifying pace was fantastic. Same in Portimao. So. He's done really well, and it's been an absolute pleasure to share the car with him. Lifelong friend, not just the time obviously in the car, but outside the car and all the bits that go around racing and being away for 4 or 5 days. So yeah, it's been fantastic, and I hope we can do the same again next year.
Fingers crossed. Just finally, the track. Is it a track that you've been enjoying so far? It's not raining. I know it is foggy, but at least it's not raining.
No, we've loved the track. First time here for all 3 of us, actually. So, you can do time on the simulator, but it's never the same as actually being here. So it's a fast circuit. It's a lot of fun to drive. I think overtaking is difficult at this circuit. There's a couple of key places, but it's a lot of fun, and it's always fun to come to a new track and learn a new circuit. So yeah, we've enjoyed it.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll be going out there soon.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for that update from pit lane. Great to hear from Chris Short there, the Briton, but residing in Portugal at the moment, coming from Radical Racing, did Chris Short back in 2018 before moving into Le Mans Cup and various other LMP3 competitions. I think we first saw Chris a wild card in Mugello last year in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the CD Sports squad. Was actually the LMP3 winner with Wyatt Brickacheck in that one. Actually, no, sorry, that was with RLR M Sport. And yes, doing a Road to Le Mans with into Europol this year, if memory serves me correctly as well. And racing this year with one of his oldest and best friends, Rob Greenwood, who will be starting that number 31 CD Sport car. CD Sport here with 4 cars this weekend. It's certainly a very big effort they're putting into what is their 30th year of competition, having been founded in 1995. The travelling driving school. Graf also here with 3 cars. They've been ever present in this championship for a while. Of course, reigning champions over there. Kojimo have got 3 cars, is it? Yes. Let's see, what CD Sport and Graf do is that they take consecutive numbers. So 7, 8, 9 for Graf, 30 through to 33 for CD Sport. But Kojimo have got some slightly random numbers in the form of the 154, the 555, and the 57. So they're not necessarily next to each other on the entry list, which makes counting their cars slightly easier. DB Autosport here with a 3rd car again this weekend as well. Of course, the number 20 is the sort of main car. It's the only non-AM car with Romain Carton, the silver driver, and Matthias Besch, the gold-rated driver, with Pierre Croissant. And again, they're very fortunate in numbering their cars 20 to 22. ANS Motorsport here with 3 cars as well. Probably the lead contender will be the 71, which is Adrian Chilla, Belen Garcia, and Paul Trajani. So a bronze, silver, silver combination. But of course, Adrian Chilla, very shiny bronze, as well as the reigning champion in is it Le Mans Cup last year, I want to say. Yes, it was, with David Drew, and of course the European Le Mans Series champion in the LMP3 category the year before that as well. Hello to our live chat room, by the way. Of course, this is a YouTube stream, so if you're watching along and you are waiting patiently with us for the start of the 4 hours of Magny Cours, do drop a message into the live chat room. I'll try and engage as much as I can, answer any questions that you might have. So we have Amir in the chat, Super Linus as well. Who wants to hear from Sasha Klavedetcha, but I believe Claire's lined up someone. It might be Sasha, it might not be, but let's find out.
No, it's definitely not Sasha. I've come down to 777 to speak to Danny Bunchu. Danny, nice to speak to you. I feel like I haven't spoken to you for ages. We're not going racing yet, and you can see why. How are we feeling about this? I mean, obviously you couldn't go racing in this. This is the right choice at the moment at this time of the day.
Yeah, no, for the moment it doesn't look very good. I hope that it will be clearer as soon as possible because I want to race. But yeah, no, for the moment we have to wait and we'll see when the sun will come out.
When the sun, yeah, hopefully we'll start peeking through. Got a new teammate alongside you, a very experienced driver, of course, in Enzo Richer, joining you in the 777. Have you had some time to have conversations about how this works? How's he bedding into the team? Well, he's with the team already, obviously, but with the new car.
No, yeah, we worked really hard this weekend, especially at the beginning of the weekend because we had to work a bit on the setup and everything. So no, we worked well. Enzo is a really good driver. It's a pleasure to work with him on this weekend. And yeah, we found some solution. And yesterday in qualifying we did a P5. So overall the pace is there. I think that today the lineup is strong. And I think that, yeah, there's something we can do today.
Yeah, it's a really strong lineup. And I feel with you guys, you're always so close to perfection and getting where you need to be and the podiums and things like that. Do you feel with the extra support now of Enzo that we could see more podiums start to come in for the last, 2 races now?
Yeah, I think that, as you said, our pace is quite similar. And it's a good thing because we can really work together on the data, on the video, to see, okay, here I'm better than him, there he's better than me, and yeah, it's always good to have a close comparison, also for the driving and everything. So yeah, it's a really nice thing.
Sounds like it's getting competitive already.
A bit.
One thing I will say about this morning, apart from the fog, is it's quite cold actually. Are we going to see a few issues of getting the tyres up to the temperature that they need to be to not be sliding off the track?
Yeah, I think that for the drivers that will start the race, it will be a bit tricky at the beginning because it's very cold. For the moment, there's absolutely no sun. So for the tyres, for the brakes, yeah, the thing will be to get them hot as soon as possible and to maintain them hot. That will be the key, and yeah, to manage it well, to not do any big mistakes or anything, because when everything is cold, it's a bit trickier, of course. But yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, how tricky is that going to be to maintain, because you're shivering already, look how the tyres are going to be out there, to maintain the heat as well. I mean, obviously once the race starts, the car will put heat into the tyres, and I appreciate that, but the track is still, like you say, there's no sun around, and it's green as well. No cars have been out on that track since yesterday evening with the GT Kennel guys. It's going to be completely fresh and new out there.
Yeah, but the thing is that you just have to keep the pace, keep driving, and sooner or later it will be hot.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, just keep up the pace and avoid the mistakes, and that's it.
There's a lot of faith in that with the conditions we've got going out here. Have you ever raced in conditions like this? Have you had to wait for? Actually, I can feel some heat coming through, so the sun might be coming through actually now. I can somewhere feel a little bit of heat. Have you raced in conditions like this before?
Yeah, especially in karting, when sometimes the races were at like 8 a.m. And yeah, always it's so tricky because you're so cold, everything is so cold, and it's more difficult to get into it, especially that early in the morning.
Okay, feeling confident though once we get racing?
Yeah.
Okay, as always. Hopefully we'll speak to you during the race as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We've had another update from Race Control, which is that the start procedure is still delayed. The next update will be at 9:30. So thank you very much for bearing with us. On the broadcast, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we hope to have some news for you. But stay tuned.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back to Magny Cours, where we are about to go racing. The fast lane has been open. Pit lane will open in less than a minute's time. And we are due to start this race on the hour, 10 o'clock local time. And despite the delays, we will get the full 4 hours, the full complement of racing here today, despite those setbacks, which is great to hear. So the car's just getting ready to make their way out onto the track. The fog, as you can see, visibility is much better than it was when we came off air about half an hour ago. So hopefully that does mean that we will be able to go racing with some confidence. There's been no indication that we will have a safety car start, for example. The pit lane is now open for business, and so those on the grid should be expecting some company any moment now. So we'll just remind you, it's the top two in the championship who are starting on the front row of the grid for this one. But interestingly, DB Autosport, after claiming pole position, electing to put their silver class driver in for the start of this race. Normally we see teams typically put the bronze driver in for the start, but DB Autosport have gone against the grain, saving Pierre Quesnon for later in the race. Maybe they foresaw these conditions. Meanwhile, it's Owen Creed, Kojumo's bronze driver, who starts alongside him. And penny for the thoughts of Marlon Hernandez after qualifying yesterday. He was incredibly rapid in the early stages of Q3, but a spin early on in the session and then a red flag prevented him from being able to improve on that time. May well have cost them pole position, but of course it doesn't really make that much difference. There's no bonus point for pole position. It is just about where you are starting on the grid, and starting second for a 4-hour race is far from bad. And particularly with DB electing to put one of their quicker drivers in for the start of the race, then it probably would have been a bit of a moot point anyway. Some slight changes to the balance penalties as well, the handicaps that teams must serve based on the quality of their driver trios or pairings. So the more professional drivers you have, the more handicap you serve. And the biggest change probably has been to the all-silver lineups, which used to be 64 seconds in each of the 4 mandatory pit stops in this race. That has now been lowered to 59 seconds. So we have 3 of those all-silver crews, which is the number 4 Switch Racing cars, Bruce Giuliani, Alistair Young and Sandro Perasuti. And then 2 of the Graf cars, the number 7, Jonathan Thomas, Maxim Archangelski and Ivan Ovsienko. And then in the number 8, Alexandre Cuno, Loris Kaibers and Jimmy Cho. Their races should, in theory, be 20 seconds faster than in previous rounds. There have been various updates to a lot of the silver affected crews and drivers, but we'll keep you abreast of all that throughout the course of the day. Of course, Kojimo ends up taking a little bit more as well because of their platinum graded driver in the form of Nicolas Prost. Now the good news is cars are on racetrack. The Ford Coyote V8s are rumbling away. And visibility looking pretty good. Oh, not so much down at the Adelaide hairpin though, I must say, but in certain parts of the track should be okay. Maybe erring on the side of caution on the first lap into the Adelaide hairpin anyway. Of course, this will be the first opportunity that drivers have to test the conditions out there. Let's go down to Claire Cottingham on the grid.
Yes, I've come down to second on the grid. Well, I believe anyway. 154, Marlon Hernandez alongside me. Marlon, we've been waiting a while now for this race to get underway. We can now see down to turn 1. This is good news.
Yeah, it's good news, but on the cameras it looks like we don't see much. So it's going to be difficult for the drivers who take the start, but I hope it will be okay.
Erwin Creed obviously starting for you guys. He usually starts as well. How confident is he feeling?
Oh, he's really confident. He always does some very good starts and first stint, so we're all confident with him.
Talk me through your qualifying session yesterday. Obviously, you're part of the qualifying. You managed to see the grass. Can you just talk me through what happened?
Yeah, had a good lap, pushed a bit too much and went a bit in the grass, so no big deal. Managed to get 1 lap. It was not the best lap possible, but it's okay.
It's rare for us to see you make those mistakes as well. Was it the track that caught you out, or was it just something else?
No, I think it's just me and the setup pushed a bit too far on the curb and lost the car.
4 hours of racing to go then. We're in a championship battle now. You look like you could win it by Paul Ricard. We've only got 2 more rounds to go now. After this one, we've got 1 more. How confident are you that you could be champion of this?
We think we can do it, but the number 20 is not far. They are fast, they get the pole, so we need to be careful, make no mistakes, and score a lot of points.
Starting second on the grid, you're in the right position now. I was a bit worried why you got moved a bit forward. I was like, is my thing wrong here? You're not on pole position, you're in second. With Erwin starting, he always says he's not that bothered where he starts. If it's pole position, great, but actually for him, he's just managing it until you guys come in and bring the speed.
Yeah. Pole or second, I think as long as you're in the front row, it's okay. Here in Magny Cours, first turn is going to be a bit tricky, but then he will do a first stint and we will take over. We will do a great job.
The tyres are going to be very cold out there. How slippery is the track going to be?
I think the track is very cold, and the tyres, they will wait a long time, so the tyres are going to cool down. So it's going to be first few laps is going to be really tricky, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, good luck. Go well out there.
Thank you.
Okay, Marlon Hernandez speaking to us there. Obviously, the 154 alongside Nicolas Prost as well, his teammate. Erwin Creed starting. I can see if I can throw myself in there and see if I can speak to Erwin. Actually, Nicolas Prost is also here, so we can have a quick chat with him. I'm looking around to see if I can see anyone from pole position standing about, but at the moment the drivers are not where I want them to be. That could be Matthias, actually. Let's see if I can speak around here to Matthias Besch. Is Mateus there? Mateus is there. It says it on his back and everything, so I know. Mateus, hi. Luckily, it says it on your back, so I can see you from a mile away. Mateus, how are we feeling? Pole position, we've had a bit of a wait, and you look cold. Look, you're ready for this.
Yeah, I'm freezing actually right now. So no, I'm not yet ready, but Romain is ready. Yeah, definitely starting from the pole is always the best place to start. We decided to start with our silver driver, so it's a little bit different, but we're confident that's the right call. You have to take a bit of risk also when you want to go for a win. It's going to be a really tight race, like every race we've seen so far in the Ultimate Cup, so every lap counts, and yeah, we're starting from the best place. So
we're getting kicked off the grid in 3 minutes' time, but like you say, you're starting with the silver driver. That's quite the gamble, especially with it being cold out there, but that actually, with how tricky it could be out there, could be the right choice.
yeah, it's not a question for that. It's more a question of strategy in terms of driving time. And honestly, our silver and our bronze are pretty much the same pace, so it's not like a big difference. So we are just trying something different. And hopefully we can open a gap from the start. And we think it's not going to be a lot of safety car, but more full course yellow. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, we're getting racing. We're getting told to get off the grid, so I'm going to run off now before I get told off. We're going 4 hours racing in Magny. Stay with us right here. We're going racing, finally.
Finally, indeed. Interesting to hear about the strategy call there at DB Autosport, referring to the various minimum and maximum driving times. There is a big table with all the various different combinations and the various minimum and maximum driving times for each of those classes. So, for that number 20, which has a bronze, silver and gold driver, that means that Romain Carton must do a minimum of 50 minutes in the race. Pierre Croissant must do a minimum of 90 minutes. Matthias Besch can do a maximum of 65. Now, you just saw on the boards there, the start will be behind the safety car. So, in theory, that should mean that when we pull away from the grid in just under a minute's time, then that will be the start of the race. The clock will start counting down from 4 hours. So, with that in mind, let's go through the grid. It is Romain Carton who starts the DB Autosport number 20 from pole position alongside their title rivals Erwin Creed starting the 154 Kojimo car. Then it's Alain Boulan who starts the number 32 CD Sport car alongside Ivan Osienko for Graf Racing's number 7. Then it's Alexandre Lafourcade for Lamo Racing's 777 and Alem Gishev starting the 23 events number 28 car. Although it does say James Winslow on the timing screen, I think that might be a mistake. Alistair Young starting the Switch Racing number 4 alongside Christophe Cresp, the second of the 23 events cars. Then Sisselcom making their debut with Gwen Delormier starting in 9th position alongside Adrian Chiller in the number 71 ANS Motorsport car, completing the top 10. Then it's Rob Greenwood for CD Sports number 31, Eric Trulé for Graf number 9, Racing Spirit of Le Mans with Jacques Wolf in the 51 starting in 13th, Nick Adcock in the number 30 CD Sports car in 14th. Then it is Francois Heriot joining us for this weekend at CD Sport and joining his brother in that team for CD Sport number 33. And then Hugo Lacasse for the number 22 DB Autosport crew. Carol Frisch in the number 17 Lamo car, goes from 17th. Then it is Frederic Croulet starting the number 73 from ANS Motorsport. Sasha Klavodetcher also from Racing Spirit of Le Mans in the number 25 in 19th. Adrian Yvonne starts the number 72 ANS Motorsport car from 20th. Daniel Besora starts the final DB Autosport car, the number 21, from position 21. Nicolas Chartier for Kojimo in 57. And then at the back of the grid, no Q3 time for Alexandre Cuno. So Jimmy Cho will be starting the number 8 from the back of the grid, only ahead of Philippe Dirion in the 555 car after the crash at the Adelaide hairpin yesterday, giving them a 10-place grid penalty. That is the car that can seal the AM Championship here today. So you can see the clock has started ticking. And this, of course, does go into the drive time. And I wonder, with Matthias especially, said they were taking a bit of a risk. The other teams, they are burning up bronze driving time at the moment with this. Because time under the safety car does still count towards the driving time. And in fact, I've got a man alongside me who can give me the answer I am looking for now. I'll just give him a second to pop his headset on. And welcome to the commentary box, Matthias Besch. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Pretty cold, I would say.
Yes, you did look a little bit chilly out there when Claire was chatting with you.
Yeah, cold morning. We used to have a bit of weather here with cloud and with those conditions. We pretty know them here, so hopefully now we can race. We're all eager to start racing.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we were all a bit spoiled yesterday with the lovely sunshine and the nice warm weather. We knew it couldn't last.
But I think it's going to evolve a lot. Track conditions going to change a lot, so I think we're going to start like that, pretty cold, almost humid track, and I think the end of the race will be on the sunshine. So it's going to be different for the balance of the car as well. We might see some cars struggling a bit on cold condition and being quicker when it's hot, but now it's time to race. Safety car is in.
Yes.
So finally we can enjoy some racing.
Now, I was just talking about the fact that the teams with the bronze driver in, they're burning up a little bit of their time with this early safety car. But as you were explaining on the grid, you've got your silver class driver in. Does that hurt you a little bit?
Not really, because honestly, Romain is pretty much on the same pace than our bronze driver. One of the advantage to do that for the others is maybe to do the driving time, which is a minimum of 1 hour 40 on the full tank, but normally the full tank is an hour 10, so it would have to be a race with some full course yellow that they can save fuel and extend the driving time up until the fuel low. So let's see how it goes. For us, it's going to be an hour 10 of Romain, and then we're going to switch to our bronze driver.
Okay, well, it's great to get the strategy insights here. I love having a guy on the inside. But the car's making their way up to those final couple of corners now. And we will be racing for 4 hours in Magny Cours. Romain Carton in that number 20 DB Autosport car puts his foot to the floor, unleashes the Ford Coyote V8 and leads the field across the timing line. We have green flag running for the first time here in Magny Cours today. And that is, well, that's pretty much everything you want, Matthias, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Romain was a little bit stressed yesterday on the start because we know Erwin can be a bit aggressive on the first couple of laps. So at least he should have, now he doesn't have to defend on the first hairpin, which is good for us. Now the target is to extend the lead. Every lap counts, so every second is important. And yeah, let's see. On the back is pretty tight. We already see some overtaking.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And speaking of aggressive, Alain Gouchev was really getting his elbows out in the 23 Events Racing car up against Alexandre Lafourcade in the first few corners.
Yeah, the thing is on those class, because you have a combination in the qualifying session between all the drivers. You can have some really quick drivers that are just not blocked, but just the driving order and the grid order is not really. It's not really.
It's not sort of in pace order, is it?
Exactly.
Because you're working with an average, but then you've got various speed drivers starting the race as well. We're seeing, Ivan Ovsienko was making great progress up into third position, but has overcooked it going into Chateau d'Eau.
Yeah, front lock. Pretty normal in Chateau d'Eau, especially on cold condition. Maybe the front were not really there, a bit too aggressive. Locked the front, went in the gravel, no big deal.
A few more drivers locking up going into the Ferrari Delice as well.
Yeah, a lot of driver locking there. I think it's just related to tire temp. Front tires taking time just to work, and we see Romain is already on a good pace. 2 seconds up, fastest lap, so good start.
We can see the moment again for Ivan in that number 7 Graf car that started on the second row where the grid, had usurped Arlan Boulan's CD Sport number 32 car for 3rd position, but is now down in 13th. That one little mistake.
Yeah. The thing is that the field is so packed that you do a small mistake and you can just shuttle down the order.
Oh, it's all getting very tight into the hairpin once again. I'm amazed how clean it's been, though. I thought with all these bronze drivers starting, very cold conditions, it might be a little bit more of a carbon fiber frenzy.
It's funny because usually, you know, the track where everybody's like, you're going to see it's a disaster. We had a lot of red flags and gravel traps and stuff like that. Everybody's just extra careful, and we saw those races are normally now pretty clean. Everybody's trying hard on free practice, and we can see we had a few incidents yesterday, but in the race, I think everybody found their pace, and no, it's also a 4 hours race, and yeah, the field is quite intelligent to just, you know, settle back a little bit and and make it clean.
Well, we can see great battle for 3rd position going on with Alam Geshev benefiting from Ovsienko's off. So he's moved up to 3rd in that 23 events racing car, but he's got Alistair Young for very close company. He's come up from 7th on the grid. Now he, of course, is one of the 3 all-pro lineups that we have here this weekend, the other 2 from Graf. And so you would anticipate in the early stages of this race that car to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the field is pretty packed, and I think there's not a lot of overtaking opportunity, and the biggest overtaking opportunity is turn 4, end of the straight, big braking. Those cars, you have a lot of drag also on the straight line, so that gives good tow. So it's a good way to overtake, which is good for racing. But there's not a lot of big braking zone here. So yeah.
Well, I think case in point to that, we saw Lawrence Hoare yesterday in the European Sprint Prototype Cup. Oy.
That was tight.
And that's between teammates,
yeah,
isn't it? The 2 Coach Mode teammates.
He doesn't want to let him go.
Clearly. The 57, Nicolas Chantier and Philippe Thirion getting very close getting very close for 22nd and 23rd position. I love that the fight is still there.
Yeah, the fight is on each class, and you know we cannot only talk about the front because there's also a bronze classification, and there's different podiums. So in all the field you can see fights, and and Romain, a massive lockup. He has to be careful with that because that can hurt the tires. You have to remember that those tires, they have to survive for almost 2 hours, sometimes a little bit more. So yeah.
Yeah, because it's only 8 tyres you're allowed for the whole race, isn't it?
Exactly. 8 tires. Usually the teams, they change the tires mid-race, but sometimes it's we are waiting for an event to change the tires in the full course yellow. So usually the first set is a little bit more than 2 hours. Wow. Plus qualifying, obviously, yesterday.
Yes. Well, the good news is that Romain Carton had nearly a 3-second advantage over Erwin Creed when he had that lock-up. So at no risk of being passed with an off there. But it's Alistair Young who's really setting the pace at the moment in 3rd position, and still on the back of Erwin Creed. Is getting very tight into the Adelaide hairpin again with Eric Trulé on the outside of Alexandre Lafourcade, and one of the ANS Motorsport cars very nearly got its nose chopped off in there as well.
Stay on the inside, he'll try to make it. No, it's not going to work, I think, because the braking in the chicane is not big enough to just send it on the inside. But yeah, that was close. Alistair is doing a really good job setting the fastest lap at the moment,
and I think now he's got a bit of clear air in front of him. He is really setting the pace down at the moment. 2 purple sectors on this lap so far. Race leader Romain Carton about 3 seconds to the good over Erwin Creed. We'll wait to see if Alistair Young can close down that gap. It's looking very good for him at the moment. There's Erwin Creed. Where's Alistair Young? There he is. Very impressive speed from Switch Racing. Of course, in their first year still of this Nova project, their first year of circuit racing, full stop, having come over from stunt and drift competition. Really? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They were known as a stunt outfit. They've started doing circuit racing this year.
Okay, hopefully we don't see any stunt on track, but Anna is doing good.
Yeah, doing very well at the moment. And then Alain Gouchev in 4th position. Gwen Delamere, the Sisselcom team, doing a great job in their first race with this car as well. And another very young team, only their 2nd year of competition as well, in 5th position.
That's great work from them. We see a lot of competition is getting higher in this championship, and we see really some good teams. I think it's actually at the minute for me the most interesting championship and category, I would say, in sports car racing in the world, because it's still very affordable, and the cars are really fast, and the level is getting better and better. So really an interesting series for me.
What's the appeal for you as someone who's raced LMP1 and well, pretty much everything?
First of all, I have a bit of a story with DB Autosport. When I was racing LMP1, I was always doing 1 or 2 races with them because they are friends. At one stage of my career, I didn't have a lot of drive, and they gave me a chance to be with them. So now it's my turn to help them. So that's the first thing. And also, I see those weekends a little bit differently than ELMS race weekend or Le Mans. It's just a little bit more relaxed, a bit more. We can just enjoying driving. There's for sure less pressure here, so it gives me a chance to still race. Super nice car, being with friends. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the pack that's just flown through the Grand Curve on our picture there,
Yeah,
it's
quick.
incredibly close.
Honestly, yesterday in qualifying, I can tell you, the downforce on those cars are pretty good. We had new tires, new compound with Goodyear's bringing different tires after Portimao, which I think everybody really likes. So a good fun car to drive, very accessible for the bronze, but also very fun for pro drivers to just send it. Good minimum speed on those cars. You drive it a little bit like an F3 car, basically, I would say.
Really?
Yeah, because it's pretty light. I mean, it's 700 kilos, something like that, 750 maybe. I mean, compared to LMP2s or even hypercar, not that are super heavy, and still good amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the weight comparison with LMP3 because, of course, the two used to race together in this championship, and the LMP3 cars were a good 100 kilos heavier, and that was with some ballast in the Novas as well.
Yeah, no, true. If you unleash those cars, I mean, in terms of, and we see Alistair is just now in the gearbox of Erwin Creed. We'll see if he can get him at the end of the straight.
So this is the battle for 2nd position overall. Erwin Creed, the bronze driver, being hounded by Alistair Young, the young silver class driver, son of Alex Young, the former Minardi Formula One driver.
Yeah, there's a massive difference in terms of pace, so let's see how long he stays behind here and he make the overtaking pretty quickly.
Yeah, not very long at all.
So now he's going to chase Romain, and I think he has the pace. Well, he's to close the gap. So let's see how it goes. Going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's done the fastest lap of the race, which is 36.0. You'll be very pleased to hear that is 3 seconds off of your lap record from 2022.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. But
yeah, I don't think anyone else is keeping an official record of Nova lap records at these tracks, to be honest.
No, it's true. Yesterday I was expecting to be in the low 32 in qualifying, but the track was a little bit hot and we couldn't make it. But definitely a fast car here. I mean, a 32 or 33, it's a really a good lap in this track.
Yeah, I don't have the qualifying lap records, sadly, but you were
I don't know if I
than the
beat
race
it yesterday, but I'm not sure. I think, yeah.
You were quicker than your race lap record, for sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That was tight.
Was it? 33.049 you set back in 2020.
Yeah, another 33.2 for Alistair. So, yeah, he's closing the gap.
Yeah, so the gap now 4 seconds between Romain Carton and Alistair Young at the head of the field. Erwin Creed demoted to 3rd position now. I suppose that's kind of good news for you. You've put a car between yourself and your championship rival there.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit different in this class because obviously, I mean, in ELMS, in LMP2, traffic is everything, and track position is super important because it's very tough to overtake. You really need a big advantage. Here it's a little bit different because of the power of the slipstream, and I would say the race strategy is also very much more open. Yeah, it's good to put a car between us, but it's at that stage of the race that's nothing. It's still a long way to go.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose you
it's
guys.
Good that Romain wake up and do a purple sector while we're talking.
Yes, it's just flashed up on the time screen, fastest in the middle sector for Romain. So starting to respond to Alistair's pace.
Yeah, I think the engineer let him know that that behind the pace is 36.0 and he's doing 36.5. So he knows at the minute that is not the quickest on track and that he has to dig a little bit deeper if he wants to keep that first place.
Let's see how it was. It was a couple of tenths difference in favour of Alistair in the first sector and in the third sector as well. So the gap's come down by 4/10 of a second on that previous lap.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. I mean, Romain is obviously a very solid driver, and he can keep driving for a good pace and being precise for a long time and not make mistakes. So that's the most important. Even if we lose the first place, I mean, it's most important is opening the gap on our championship rivals, which is 154, and now it's a 6-second gap. So let's see how it goes. Obviously, on their end, they will have the silver driver driving second, or maybe Nicolas Prost driving second against all bronze drivers. So yeah, obviously they're going to have an advantage, and we will have to fight super hard at the end of the race.
The boosters in our live chat room rightly pointing out that Sasha Klavodetcha has made up 8 positions, actually make that 9 positions now. Started 20th, is now 11th. So great stuff in the Racing Spirit Le Mans number 25 car, a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, and a good pace as well. 7.0, I mean, on the traffic it's pretty good. We see Adrien Schilla also doing some good lap times, 36.7 for a bronze driver. It's solid because you have to remember there's a lot of fuel on board. We have 100 kilo, and because these cars are so light, the weight is super important. So the fuel load makes a big difference on those cars, more than the tires. So we're gonna see lap time improving up until the end of the stint as the fuel tank getting lighter.
A little moment there for Eric Trullet in 8th position. He's just lost the place to Adrian Chilla, in fact, in 71, and now has Alexandre Lafourcade for pretty close company. And so Eric Trullet, the reigning champion, just being knocked around a little bit. Fastest lap of the race being done by Alistair Young, a 1:35.661, but that was only about 1/10 of a second quicker than Romain Carton last time around. And in fairness, I think Alistair's actually got a bit more experience in terms of prototype racing, having come out of the Italian Prototype Championship in the Indian Racing League as well, whereas Romain's background is in midgets and GTs.
Yeah, for sure. You're a little bit more used to the downforce, but at the end of the day, you need to adapt to every class where you go, and a good driver is able to adapt everywhere. So that's the target for every driver. We see that Eric Trullet is P8 now, a really quick bronze driver as well, but yeah, the graph seems to be a little bit struggling this weekend.
First car into pit lane is Francois Heriot.
Yeah, who's driving GT cars with a lot of success in WEC. I was chatting with Francois this weekend and really enjoying the prototype, really enjoying the process of being back behind the wheel of those cars. He drove an MP2 in IMSA a few years ago. Unfortunately, he hurt himself, so he went back to GT. With Ferrari, and having a lot of success in WEC, and it's nice to see him back in a prototype.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing him fighting for the World Championship with Manthey Porsche in Bahrain in a few weeks' time with the Vista AF Courses squad. That should be a heck of a scrap.
Yeah, they took an early stop. I mean, maybe they had a small issue on the car and they wanted to check. So you have to remember this championship. You have 4 compulsory stops that are the length of the stop depends on the lineup you have. So obviously, if the more bronze driver you have in your car, the less time you wait on the pit stop, basically, just to rebalance a little bit the overall results. But yeah, you have those 4 stops, and you don't sometimes need to stop. It's just you have some time to burn a stop, but obviously you sometimes wait to have an incident on track to hope for FCY to stop under full course yellow, because you gain a lot of time.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need all 4 of those stops. So you could do it in terms of fuel, you could do it on 3. So the fact that car's come in even so early and is now a lap down, really on 2. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the track, if there's a lot of incidents on track, a lot of safety cars, sometimes you can do it on 2. But yeah, as you said, 3 normally it's the rule, kind of 2.5. So yeah.
This is the battle for top bronze driver honours at the moment. Oh, got a slow-moving CD Sport car, though, coming out of Chateau d'Eau. Didn't quite make out the car number on that. It looked like the back of the number 30 car of Nick Adcock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about battle for 3rd position, which is Owen Creed being chased by Alan Gishev.
Yeah, Alistair closed the gap quite a bit.
He has.
Last lap time 35.7, Romain 36.2. So he's closing the gap about 5/10 per lap. Then Romain has to think about either defending and losing time also, because you always lose time when you defend. Either let Alistair go and trying to stay behind and open the gap on our rivals, because we are not fighting this car for the championship. So let's see what we're gonna do. And on the back, still heavy racing with Eric Trouillet.
Yeah, that is the.
He has a good run here, but I'm not sure he's gonna dive. Let's see. And he's diving in Imola. Well, that's gonna be tight.
Yeah, that is gonna be very tight indeed.
Fortunately, we didn't see. And that's the 22 cars, which is our sister car in the garage with new lineup. Hugo Lacasse, who's driving in the car. A very new driver to racing, but a lot of talent also. It's a bronze driver, and he just started racing not long ago, and he's already doing some really impressive pace. So let's see how they do this for this race, because they're going to be fighting for sure for the bronze podium.
And we've seen him out in Ultimate GT Sprint Cup last year as well, and took part in the Radical Cup this year as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's racing also in EAE, so yeah.
So taking to it very quickly. Your teammate in Paul Ricard, that was like his first race as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Was it Philippe Lenoir?
Philippe Lenoir, no, for sure, was his first race. He came from Midget. He was supposed to race the full season with us, but after his first race, he got an upgrade to silver driver.
Oh no!
I'm not gonna make a lot of comments here, but it's just crazy, because he has 0 experience, never race, and just got upgraded. So we could not keep the driver, and we had to find another bronze driver middle of the season. He was really talented, but still no experience. So now we see to come back on the race. Alistair is on the tail of Romain.
Yep, so this is the lead battle now, 25 minutes into the race. Alistair Young closing in on Romain Carton. It's switch. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Alistair Young way off into the gravel. Just about keeps it out of the barriers, does he? The problem is he's trying to turn right, but this gravel keeps going right.
I don't know what happened, but I think he just lost the rear completely on dirty air.
Well, he's lost second, he's lost third, because through has gone over Creed and Gishev.
You see what I was saying at the start is, Romain is maybe not the quickest on track at the moment, but he's solid, and that's what. Very strange move. Very strange.
It's almost like it didn't turn into the corner.
I think we don't see the very initial of what happened. I think he had a moment before, and he probably had to correct, and then we see him going straight because he had to put the car straight to brake to avoid just spinning the car around. I would like to see the full action, but I'm guessing on the dirty air he just lost it, or maybe just understeer on the dirty air and went in the grass on the right hand side. I had to go straight, but for sure that has a huge impact for him because he just shoveled down now to, I don't even know, maybe P4 or something.
I think P4 he's emerged.
He lost
in.
10 seconds,
Yeah.
so.
Yes, he has. You can just see it on the left-hand side. He's gone through the time he's put.
He
so
lost
just
15
ahead.
seconds. Yeah.
Just ahead of Gwen Delamere.
Yeah, he lost 15 seconds. So yeah, super important to.
But look at the real estate that Romain Carton's got now around him. Absolutely clear air.
Yeah, it's 10-second gap now, which is good. But you know, race again, super long. You have one safety car and the whole field is packed.
Yeah,
so,
that's very true.
You have to find the right balance also on the tires, how much you push, how much you save them, because every gap you open using tires, if there is a safety car, you're back with 0 gap. So have to be careful with all those parameters. That's what makes the beauty of endurance racing.
So battle through the chicane, which is Racing Spirit Le Mans, Graf and ANS.
Yeah, it's nice. We still see a tight field with some fights a little bit everywhere. Jacques Wolf, I think, in the 51, who's chased by Ovsienko, who's a silver driver, so he should be able to pass.
Ovsienko was one we saw off the very early stages of the race down at Chateau d'Oeuvres. Remember, he started on the second row of the grid. I think it's actually gotten worse for him. He's been shuffled even further down the field, down in 15th at the moment. Meanwhile, Jimmy Cho in the system number 8 car that started last, now up to 9th position.
Yeah, that's great. Great move forward. And Christophe Krebs, best sector 1 for him. 37.5.
Yeah, he's the lead of the AM class runners at the moment, the all AM crews.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Is 10 seconds ahead of Carol Frisch, who is the next car in his class, and the next car on the road there as well. So that is 23 events and Lamo Racing ahead of that field with Adrien Yvonne in the number 72 ANS motorsport car, completing the top 3 in that particular category. And so now this battle between Erwin Creed and Alain Guichev, not only for top bronze honours, but now for second place in this race.
Yeah, and we see Guichev is really fast in the first sector because he's basically 4 times quicker than Romain Carton, who's driving 36.3, and Guichev is almost in the same lap time. So very solid drive. We've seen him doing a strong job since the beginning of the year, even last year. He's progressing a lot, so he's definitely one of the best bronze out there, and he's showing that again this weekend.
What we like to call a shiny bronze.
It's a shiny bronze, but I think it's a real bronze. I mean, it's always.
When you think about the experience that Erwin Creed has as well.
Erwin has a lot of experience. Actually, now he feels the pressure of Guichev and he's pushing harder, and we see him improving the lap times. But Erwin has a lot of experience, but yeah, this year I think he is really doing a solid job. I mean, the team they have is also very professional, and I mean, they're fighting for the championship at the end of the day. So he's been quite impressive this year, I would say. And the last year he has done was in very small categories, so it's a big step.
Sasha Klavodetcher there chasing Jimmy Cho. He's now up into the top 10. Great start from Sasha Klavodetcher. Let's go down though to Claire Cottingham, who's got news.
Well, I had to come down and speak to our resident South Africans, of course. Michael Stephen alongside me. Nick started down in 14th. He had a bit of a slow start, but seems to have picked up the pace a bit now. Can you talk me through what's going on out there? Was he just being a bit cautious?
Yeah, I think the strategy was just to rather play it safe in the first couple of laps. Especially into turn 5, cold conditions, visibility poor. it's a 4-hour race. It can all go wrong on the first lap, or you can play it safe and be in the game at the end. And we opted for the latter, and hopefully at the end of the race it'll pay dividends.
Well, actually, quite a few drivers seem to be taking it quite carefully out there. We haven't really seen much happen yet. Is it going to heat up? Are we going to see a lot more speed into these tyres? It's still really cold out there.
Yeah, I think this is the coldest the track's been all weekend, so it's also new for the drivers. We generally don't get heat into the tyres on a hot day, so it'll probably take us a little bit longer. But, and also going out on the grid, stopping, normally we go out the pits with tyre warmers. You go and you wait 10 minutes on the grid, the tyre temperatures drop, so Nick's done the right thing. He's putting in some stellar laps now, so hopefully we can pick off and get close to the top 10 before the end of his stint.
I mean, this feels like winter in the UK. I can see my breath. That's how cold we are at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly not what I was expecting, but when we came here, we heard the last 2 years it's been raining, so it's a big improvement on that.
Is it? Is it? You can't see out there, but you at least don't have to use your windscreen wipers. When are you going out there? How's your stints working? Obviously, don't give us the strategy, but are you looking forward to going out there on a track that's new to you?
Yeah, absolutely loving the track, first time here. There's not much on the strategy. We're going to double stint, and then I'll double stint to the end.
There's not much you can do with two, is there?
Exactly, but obviously when we pit and how we do it, that's sort of evolves as the race goes on, but we'll give it everything we got, and hopefully we can come back with a good result.
Visibility-wise, we were watching the onboards. Can you just talk me through what the visibility will be like for those drivers?
Yeah, I think the first couple of laps would have been really tricky. I think now it's cleared up a little bit, and also once you're in the car, I think TV also makes it look a little bit worse than what it actually is. But the problem is not only the visibility. In those first couple of laps, you got oil and debris coming off onto your windscreen. We saw a car stop earlier just to literally come in for a windscreen clean. So it does get challenging out there, and but I'm sure in about an hour's time it will clean up and we'll have full visibility.
It's a really good point, actually. We saw two drivers come in for exactly that. Are we going to see any more coming in a bit earlier than we expect, or is it now, people are falling properly into their strategy?
Yeah, I think for us, we're still on plan A.
That's always good.
Yeah, very good. So obviously when you have an early stop, things change, but we do have a joker stop, so there is opportunity to vary it up a little bit. We see how it plays out. Obviously there's you've got full course yellows that'll probably come into play and so on, but the team's on top of their game, so we'll see what we can do.
Tricky race last time out. We're feeling confident ahead of this one. What do you think is the realistic end goal here?
Yeah, so obviously, we always want to target podium, but it all depends how it plays out. But I think if we come back with the top 5, it'll be a good result.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for that one. Surprised to hear Mike was not raced here before, to be honest, such as his vast experience and, of course, success alongside Nick Adcock as well. While we were listening to that interview, it's been all change. Second place now goes the way of Alain Guchef from 23 Events Racing, and Alistair Young is on the back of Erwin Creed now for what is currently the last spot on the podium, but of course a long way still to go. Now, Matthias, I can't have you in the commentary box here without talking about Le Mans from this year, because that pole lap, pretty spectacular. Sorry, let me turn your microphone on.
Yeah, well, that was one of the best moments of my career, honestly, because qualifying is always something very special for a driver. It's really how much pace you can extract from yourself, how hard you can deal with high level pressure. In the past I always did super good in qualifying, and this year for me, because I'm racing Pro-Am, I have only one chance to shine in qualifying. It's Le Mans, because obviously you don't do any qualifying in the Pro-Am category in LMP2. So being able to be there when it counts, being able to get that pole, I've been very close a few times. Sometimes a little bit unlucky. Sometimes you need everything to click, you need all the stars to align to do that kind of stuff. And yeah, the team gave me a super strong car as well, so it was such an emotional moment for me to do that pole. I would say more than almost every podium I had in Le Mans, because I had 5, so it's still something. But the pole, I would say, in terms of personal achievement for me was special.
I mean, people will say pole position for a 24-hour
doesn't
race.
count. But you know,
it still means something.
I think it means that you are able, in very high pressure moment, to deliver a performance on a track that has no room for mistakes, and that's also what makes it super cool. Because if you do a pole in Le Castellet, it's great, but when you drive a car at 340 kph in a road, basically, because Le Mans is not really a circuit, it's a road that is closed for the race. It's something special. Having the public, having the atmosphere of Le Mans, the history, everything, and also the LMP2 class is super competitive. Like, we have everybody that have the same car. Obviously, the team has to play a big aspect, but still we have everybody's on the same car. So, and the level is really high. So it's still a super nice moment for a driver to achieve that. I hope to do it again. But that is done, I was missing that one in my career, and it's good to have it.
Is it safe to say that the Oreca 07 is probably the most popular and successful racing car ever built?
I think yes, because if you think the history of the car, if you see the performance, honestly, I don't want to go to the new LMP2 rule. I mean, it's too...
You just keep them forever.
I'm not maybe politically correct saying that, but we are going in a way that it's not exciting. I mean, it's too heavy cars, turbo engine. I really don't see the point. I rather drive a lighter car with less power and being quicker in the corner and maybe slower in the straight. I don't personally, as a driver, you don't care to do 360 or 320 kph. It's not making a huge difference. But going super quick in the corners, that makes a big difference.
Well, and hopefully that means we can keep you here for a little bit then.
No, exactly. That's why I think, and honestly, having light cars on cost as well, it's good, because it's better on tires, it's better on parts, it's better on brakes. So yeah, it's not exciting to drive a 1,000 kilo car, prototype. For me, the car has to be the lightest. Obviously, we have more safety now, so it's important that we keep that in mind, and it's always a balance. But yeah, those cars are still light, still powerful, working well. Racing is getting more and more expensive, and I also do my best to push to have racing that is affordable for the talents, because we're in a period of time where we lose talents because of money. It's always been the case, but more and more. So it's important to make racing as much as possible accessible for everybody. Yeah,
I cannot think of a hill I want to die on more than the accessibility of the cars. And I will say the weight is actually a very close second there. We'll come back to that in a moment, though, because Claire Cottingham's got more news for us down in pit lane.
Well, come down to speak to the teammate of the man that's sitting in second position at the moment, James Winsor. I'm going to stand a little bit further from you, though, because you've got man flu, and I don't want to get it. It's a good start from Alan. Good start out there.
He's done an amazing job. Yeah, we qualified 6th, and we're bronze, and pro. So just to qualify 6th was a good job. And he's driving hard. The engineer's done a very good job to get the brake blank in. The tyre pressure's good for this very foggy, cold October French morning. So it's been a team effort, and Alim is doing a very good job on track also.
I'm getting Brands Hatch vibes. The feeling you get when you're in Brands Hatch where you can see your own breath.
I know, I've come from being too hot in Dubai to being too cold and too foggy in the middle of France.
Such is life, such is life. Tyre temperatures are really coming to the drivers now. We're starting to see a lot faster times out there and a lot more controlled driving as well. Have you been quite surprised how controlled it's been out there? Everyone's been tiptoeing around, really.
I'm too scared to say yes, because I know there'll be landmines going off everywhere. But yeah, I think as the fuel burns off, they obviously start with maximum fuel. The fuel's coming down, and these cars are really sensitive to when the cars are lighter. So yeah, the tyres are warm now. The brakes are getting hot, which keeps the tyres hot, and the fuel burns, and we just get quicker and quicker and quicker as the fuel burns. And the Goodyear tyre now, we have a harder compound rear tyre, which means that we don't get the degradation that we used to. So we should just keep getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the race goes on.
How are these new tyres and how are you working with them? Like, there's a lot of testing and things that have gone into it, but there's still teams and drivers are still trying to figure them out a bit, aren't they?
They are, but they made a big improvement halfway through the season. At Mugello, we had a lot of degradation. We were used to a different brand last year, and everybody was trying to use the same setup on a different tyre. So no, we're still learning, but we're like 95% of the way there now. So I think, and our car's working pretty well now. The engineer Nathan has done a fantastic job, and 23 Events have done a very good job to figure it out quite quickly after a few tough rounds early on in the season. So no, we're looking pretty good, but I'm too scared to say that when there's 3 hours and 17 minutes to go.
It is early. I feel like I've come to you too early to speak. Coming off the back of a positive weekend, like you said, you had some tough time at the beginning of the year. Podium last time out. I'm not going to say it yet because we've still got 3.5 hours to go, but it's a positive feel between you and your teammate.
It's positive now. With 3 hours to go, and we know the cars are a little fragile in general. Prototypes in general are a little bit fragile, so I won't start thinking too positively until about 5 minutes to go till the end of the race.
You'll just be happy if you have power steering and you haven't got like wet legs or something.
Exactly. I'll just be happy if I get a go.
Okay, hopefully we'll speak to you soon. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
James Winslow in pit lane with Claire Cossingham. Alan Gishev, though, while that was happening, lost second position overall, but we kind of expected that one. Of course, Alan being the bronze driver in that car. So Alistair Young back up to second place after that trip through the gravel about 20 minutes ago, and is immediately banged in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah,
but he's got 12
hard.
seconds to catch to your car.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. We see him going full wide, exit of turn 3. He's on it. We see also Shooting that is doing the fastest lap at the minute, 35.4. He's got the best lap at the minute, so looks like the graph is picking up the pace.
Yeah, Jimmy Cho, having started the back row of the grid, now up into 7th position. It's been a great start to this race for the Taiwanese driver. So he's moving up the field, and yes, done a fastest lap of the race. The first track limits time penalty. Here we go, Matthias.
Whoa.
So that goes to Nick Adcock.
Yeah.
So we'll make the first marker on the entry, so that we keep an eye on that for the end of the race. How are the track limits here?
Good question. I mean, I had a little bit of a chat with our race director because the issue, not the issue, but we didn't have any warning during full practice. So obviously we, as the drivers, we just push the limits. And sometimes it's super hard to judge if you are just on the line or if you're just off. Sometimes we think we are on the line, but actually we are doing track limits. And the first time they checked the track limits was qualifying. So we were a little bit scared to have a lot of laps cancelled. So yeah, I mean, here it's very easy to abuse the track limits. I would say biggest thing is exit of this corner, which is Estoril, and the too fast chicane. If you cut the track, obviously it's a big advantage. It's fast corners, every inch you gain on track in terms of width. It's a few kilometers you can carry more speed, and yeah, that's good advantage there. So few places to be checked, few places to be careful of, obviously.
Absolutely. Battle is on here for 4th position between Erwin Creed and Gwen Delamere, former teammate to Nico Prost at CMR last year. And I think you shared a car with Nico Prost.
Yeah, I shared that. I think 2 years in LMP1, or maybe one or 2 years, can't remember exactly, with Rebellion, with Nick Heidfeld. That was a great experience. I think we were a really solid lineup together. It was really fun to share the car all together. I learned a lot being alongside Nick Heidfeld, especially Nico as well, obviously, but Nick had, I think, 12 years of experience in Formula One, so his technical approach was very interesting. He had a lot of knowledge, and at that time I was very new to sport car racing, and that was super interesting and inspiring to be alongside him, sharing also a lot of information. That was the cool thing between the three of us. There was no ego, and we would really share infos, which is sometimes not so easy. Even you know, when you're starting your career, some drivers they try to a little bit hide some info or keep a little bit of an edge. But there was nothing of that between us three, so that was super cool. And Nico is a great guy. I mean, he knows a lot of racing because of his dad and because of all the family experience.
I was just talking to him yesterday about his boy who's karting at the moment.
Yeah, now his boy is
third generation Prost.
Yeah, exactly. Third generation, and it looks like he was skiing a lot before, and I think there's a good transfer between ski and racing. You know, the line, where you place your eyes, the feeling of grip, the feeling of balance. There's a lot of, I mean, I started skiing as well very early, and I think all good skiers are good racers.
Now that you mention it, Antoine Daucan have a background in skiing. When
he's from the Alps, so all the guys from the Alps, and you know, there's definitely something there, and I think it's a great school of life also. So yeah, super happy to see that the Prost family is carrying on.
Carrying on the legacy.
Yeah, on the legacy of Alain, and yeah, you can see in the eyes of Nico the passion looking at his kid, and it's so great to be a dad and share that with your kid.
That's what we love to see. Gwen Delamere has gone past Erwin Creed, by the way, for fourth position. So
yeah, wind is shoveling down a little bit, and some other cars are picking up the pace as we saw. Maybe, you know, they start on higher pressure, tire pressure, so they were a bit maybe quicker at the beginning of the race when it was cold and greasy, and now maybe the pressure are going a little bit too high, or Erwin is getting a little bit tired, and but also the other guys are really quick. I mean, Alistair is a silver driver, Alim is doing an incredible job, very fast, and we see Romain is in traffic as well, so he's overtaking, he's getting a lap to Jacques Wolf, I think, and Daniel Bassora.
So Adrian Chiller is now the car behind Erwin Creed, and then it's this man, Jimmy Cho, in the number 8 car. He's 3 seconds back from that battle. Silver class driver storming up through the field, so he's about to come across these 4 bronze drivers.
Yeah, he's one of the quickest driver on track now at the minute. It's Alistair and Jimmy Cho.
I mean, shout out to the Sisselcom team as well, Gwen Delamere. Their first race with this car, only their second ever year of competition, and doing an incredible job in their first outing here. And they're known for that Funyo competition is the Sisselcom team, and in fact Sean Canivet, one of their silver class drivers, won the spot on this team by being the highest placed driver in the previous round of Funyo Zandvoort. And the same accolade will go for the Paul Ricard finale to whoever finishes highest at Le Mans in a couple of weeks. And then the final round at Nogaro, the 2 best drivers get a private test during the off-season as well, which I think is a great initiative to get drivers coming up through the ranks.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think it's just due to the fact that this series at the minute is still affordable for the drivers. It's still expensive, I would say, but it's still very cheap for what you race. And I really hope that it's gonna stay the same. Now we see a good fight. Let's see if we can see the braking zone.
Christophe Crest got a great run on Alexandre Lafourcade, who had a bit of a twitch through Estoril. I imagine that the 23 events team boss did manage to get that move for 11th position done down into the Adelaide hairpin. But it looks like pit lane's about to be open for business right as Jimmy Cho arrives on the back of Erwin Creed.
Yeah.
It is. So has Adrian Chiller already gone through? Yes, he has. There is the ANS Motorsport car. So battle for, what is that now? Yeah, 6th position between Cho and Creed.
Yeah, and Romain is very careful on the track limit. I think he can honestly be a little bit more aggressive on those ones, but I won't complain. You know, you don't want to have a penalty, but it's always finding the limit.
Well, the last lap was 1.3 seconds slower than Alistair Young, who just so happened to do the fastest lap of the race. That gap that was 12 seconds, now less than 6.
Yeah, we lost a lot. Lost almost.
Sorry, I'm not filling you with an awful lot of confidence. I wish I had some good news to give you, but I can't.
Still P1, so
that's true.
but we wanna open the gap. So now we see already the first stop. It's funny because they had the tire ready, and
they are changing the front left.
Why they're changing already? They're changing the 4 tires, I think. No, just front left. No.
Maybe left side only.
Yeah, looks like.
Wow.
Interesting.
I mean, the left-hand side tyres do take a bit of a pounding around here, but those tyres have now got to do, 3 hours of running.
That's not a bad idea. They've done only 1 hour plus qualifying.
But the new tyres will have to go to the end, surely. Unless they...
No. I think they're changing 2 tires only, left-hand side. And
so they keep the right-hand side tyres on for the whole race?
No, they're changing the 4. Very strange. Maybe, very strange. I have no answer.
Well,
maybe he had some pickup, or maybe he had a spin with flat spots that we didn't see on the TV, and just has to change those tires because there's too much vibrations.
Potentially,
that could be an answer. But
later on, Eric Trulé did vacate the number 9
we see
car.
that Jimmy Choo has a great pace, but somehow he's really struggling to overtake. So I wonder if they are running a little bit more wing, and he's just struggling to get a run. Let's see now if he can pass on the straight line. He should have a really good toe now. Yeah, looks like it's on it.
Yep, he's going to make the move down the inside into the Adelaide hairpin. This is the battle for 6th position. Jimmy Cho braking on the inside, decisive on the left foot, a little bit deep into the corner, and in fact runs a little bit wide and has a slightly rough ride over the curbing, but has managed to secure that 6th place spot. So next car up the road for him will be Adrian Chiller.
Yeah, and Alistair is setting up the pace again. Fastest middle sector, 35.3 is really on it.
Yeah, 4.3 seconds the gap was when they went over the timing line last time around. We're approaching the end of the first hour here, and if Alistair Young can close back up to the back of Romain
Who's the
Carter.
teammate of Alistair? I don't even know.
So, Sandro Perisuti.
Okay, I know him. I was coaching.
And you'll know his other teammate as well, one Mr. Bruce Giuani.
Oh, Mr. Bruce Giuani.
Sorry, Monsieur Bruce Giuani.
Monsieur Bruce Giuani. We're gonna see each other at the end of the race, maybe. Yeah, that's also a very experienced, solid, and nice driver. Nice driver to talk, and it's cool to see him racing this weekend.
News from Claire. Graf 8 tyres obviously wears more on the left-hand side, but there was more wear than anticipated. So,
they have a lot of leg, yeah, but the problem is you have only 2 sets.
Yeah.
So changing those tires after 50 minutes is going to be difficult to make them last for the end of the race. One or the other solution would be to change those tires now, keep the right-hand side, and then switch back from right to left. Changing pressures, and switch the tires from left to right for the end of the race.
Isn't it so much better when you just have freedom to do whatever you want with the tires, isn't it? None of these Formula 1 rules about keeping sets and don't do left and right.
I mean, for saving cost, I think it's at the minute it's the good way to do.
Yes.
But yeah, 2 sets is really the bare minimum we can have.
There is one very proud dad in the YouTube chat right now. Alex Young is watching his boy Alistair close up the gap to Romain Carton.
Hi, Alex.
I think this is the first time I've had an ex-Grand Prix driver that I've known of watching along with us. So, welcome, Alex.
You know, I started racing in Asia and especially Malaysia. So for me, Alex was one of the guys to watch. You know.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it's nice to see his kid now having the pace, obviously making some small mistakes, but you know, you have to learn. It's nice to see that he took his, I can see through the windshield the design of his dad on the helmet. So it's cool to see this iconic helmet on track right now.
Well, we're approaching the end of the first hour.
I think he's doing a bit of sim because we can see his...
Wow. Oh, he's going for it already. But
I think it's just taking a little bit of a different line.
This is
probably Alistair. Let's see how we attack. But I think having done that mistake before is maybe gonna be a little bit more careful. Oh, we see a very slow car on track that can be leading to confusion there.
Coming out of the Imola.
It's always tricky, yeah, because you have a car behind you. You don't want to slow down too much to be under threat for an overtaking, but you don't want to take too much risk.
So, well, we're approaching the end of the first hour, and Alistair Young, having initially closed up to Romain Carton, spun the car, lost 12 seconds, dropped a couple of places, recovered those places, has closed down the 12 laps, and, well, here he goes again. The gap just 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, he's going over those curves like a monster. Let's see. I think he's going to be careful here.
Yeah, he's going to go through Estoril with a little bit more caution.
And we can see he brakes super early and he's very inside, but still got a really good exit. And I think Romain's going to be on the threat. Come on, realization. Show us the...
Surely he was taking that narrower line.
Yeah, pin guys.
Surely they were taking that narrower line to get out of the dirty air.
Yeah, it's just the move for the lead. We're going to see the pit lane later. So we don't know. So it's a 38.5 on sectors, 38.7. I'm not sure he passed. Let's see.
Yeah, it's still showing Alistair Young in second position.
We
went over
wait for sector 2.
Split.
We shall, yeah.
Well, this is car number 7, Ivan Ovsienko.
So we see we have a little bit of time for. So now we are coming close to the end of the fuel tank capacity. So we're going to see more and more stops as the race goes through. The idea is to push for us as much as possible on the fuel to stop as late as possible. So it should be around an hour 5. Oh, and Alistair went through. Easy. Yeah.
So Alistair Young, as we approach the end of the first hour, takes the lead of the race for Switch Racing, and I think for the first time now leads in a European Endurance Prototype Cup race.
Taking off.
And yeah, already putting real estate between himself and Romain Carton, the erstwhile race leader. So that is a change for the lead as Young goes through, and I'm sure Alex Young in the YouTube chat will be an even more proud dad out there now. Still Alam Geshev running in third position, top bronze driver still as it stands, with Gwen Delamere for the Sisselcom team running in a very competitive fourth position at the moment.
Yeah, he's using every bit of track. Nice to see on the entry of Nürburgring.
Behind them as well, Adrian Chiller for ANS Motorsport.
5.8. It's difficult to really see what's the pace, but for sure at the minute he's the quickest on track and he's setting up the pace, and he took the lead. So good job.
Meanwhile, in the AM category, it is still 23 events, number 27 that leads there with Christoph Cresp in 10th position overall, Carol Frisch in second, and Adrian Yvonne. So Lamo and ANS second and third in class, but they've got Alexandre Lafourcade between them and their class leader. This is Jimmy Cho now on the back of Adrian Chiller for 5th position.
Ligier is also doing a good job because, I mean, he's only 8 seconds from Alistair, and yeah, solid drive from him.
Yeah, it's been cracking effort from him. Hang on to that third position. This is Erwin Creed with Sasha Klavedetscher for close company now. So that's another of the silver class drivers coming up through the field, coming up from 20th on the grid. We've praised his efforts so far, but remember, he is the silver class driver in a silver bronze pairing.
So now we're going to see a lot of stops. So I mean, the difficulty on that part is to we don't have refueling on the pit lane. We all go to refueling on the normal gun pump like you have on the petrol station. So there's only 4 of them. You don't want to wait behind another car to do that. So you have to really push your fuel up to the maximum limit, which is sometimes difficult when you drive with a silver driver that is consuming a lot of fuel compared to a bronze. But on the other side, you don't want to get stuck behind other cars. So either you anticipate a little bit this fuel stop to be sure you have an empty pump and you can do your fuel stop without waiting. Either you push to the limit, but you open yourself to being stuck behind other cars refueling themselves. So, and the refueling time take a long time. I think it's 2 seconds per liter. So we have 100 liters. You can make the calculation. It's a long stop there.
Well, we are at the end of the first hour of 4 hours of Magny Cours. Let's look back on a very eventful first hour. But into the second hour of the 4 hours of Magny Cours, we come back from the Hunger Lights just as the race leader, Alistair Young, pulls the Switch Racing car into pit lane and vacates. And what a stint for Alistair. You think he could be, 12, 13, 14 seconds up the road, but nonetheless, a spectacular recovery from the young Malaysian driver to recover from that spin and then get back onto the back of Romain Carton and into the lead of the race. Romain also into pit lane as well. So he's done his minimum 50 minutes, and that will be Pierre Coisnon, who takes over now. Matthias Besch has vacated the commentary box, though, has to get back into the garage. So we thank Matthias very much for coming in. Wish him all the best for the European Le Mans Series finale in Portimao in a week's time. Switch Racing team going to work, and who else has come in? Jimmy Cho also into pit lane as well. So interestingly, it's all the silver class drivers who are coming in at the same time. So the number 8 Graf car into pit lane. Just for anyone interested, and anyone who may be at the circuit as well, there has been an update to today's timetable owing to the issues earlier on with the delays. So it is going to be a roughly 2 o'clock finish for this, with GT Sprint Cup at 2:20, their race 2. Then qualifying for the Formula Cup will be at 5:45 tonight, before we go back into GT Sprint, Sprint Prototype Cup, GT Sprint, and then qualifying for Canon GT Endurance. An incident between car 95, which is the Sisselcom car, and Jimmy Cho, the number 8, is under investigation. Now, we didn't see what happened there, but a potential contact between Gwen Delamere and Jimmy Cho, which is going to be looked at, which is interesting. Right, where pit lane really is going to be a hive of activity now, with Alan Gashev pulling the 23 events out of the 28 car into pit lane. Also Erwin Creed in the 154 car. We see Adrian Yvonne here in the 72 from ANS Motorsport, and Carol Fritsch as well, the number 17 Lamo car. Fuel also going into the cars. Nick Adcock in for CD Sport as well, the number 30. Back out into the race comes the 27, which should still be Christoph Cresp aboard that car, but with the top up of fuel. That's the car that was leading the AM category before the pit sequence. So this is where things do get a little bit jumbled up. It's actually Maxence Maurice who's now aboard that number 27 car. Now this is where things get a little bit jumbled up because of the time taken for refueling. So cars go 1 or even 2 laps down. But this is where also the handicaps are going to come into play. So crucially, top 2 in the championship, both taking 40 seconds for having a bronze, a silver, and a gold or platinum driver. But then the Switch Racing car, Alistair Young. Now, the reason that half spin and moment off the road is going to be so costly is because they're taking 59 seconds of handicap, so 19 more than the car they were racing. Of course, Alistair lost a lot of time in that first stint, despite eventually taking the lead. So that could well come back to bite them later on. You can just see the Switch Racing car in at pump number 1 there on the left-hand side. Then ANS and Kojimo and 23 events, I believe that was as well. Francois Heriot into pit lane as well. So that'll be the second stop for that CD Sport car. Remember, that's the one that came in very early, about 20 minutes into the race, but didn't take fuel. Yeah, not 100% sure what fully happened on that car, but nonetheless, it is back in. Lock up there for the number 25 Racing Spirit Le Mans car, which is Frederic Lacour. now aboard the number 25, one of our former GT Sprint drivers, with the Racing Spirit Le Mans team in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Multiple class wins over the last couple of years, having previously raced in midgets. Oh, drive-through penalty for car 95. So it wasn't contact, it's an unsafe release, or a pit lane incident. Car 95, and I think that might just be some rookie errors there from the team. As we said, a very young team in their first race with the Nova, first race in this category. So it's a drive-through penalty for the car that is now still being driven by Gwen Delamere, actually, because he hasn't done his minimum 90 minutes, for an unsafe release. And that's a real shame, because that car was running extremely competitively. So it's Alain Boulin who has, for now, taken the lead of the race, but yet to give us their first mandatory stop. Philippe Dirion has just pulled that 555 Coach Mo car into pit lane as well. So it might well be Erwin Creed who comes out in front, because he has done one of those mandatory stops, and it's showing him in third position at the moment, or even in second position. So Kojimo have pulled a bit of a blinder here. If that is the case, what has happened to the Bruce Giovanni now aboard the Switch Racing car, the number 4. Well, this doesn't look good for CD Sports. Meanwhile, that was at the 31. Oh, it's going back into the garage. That's the 33 of Francois Heriot. So, that is a real shame to see. So the 33 car that he shares with Jean-Ludovic Foubert and Charles Visser is the latest of Nick Hancock's finds from South Africa, going into the garage. Now that is a real shame to see. As meanwhile they service the sister 32 car, Alain Boulin, who's just come in from what was the lead of the race during this pit stop sequence. But yeah, so Bruce Giovanni now aboard the Switch car. Now that car was more heavily handicapped, so expect that to fall down. But Pierre Croissant has somehow come out behind the Switch Racing car. So I can only assume there was some sort of drama in the pit lane for DB Autosport, because there's nothing really to suggest that that car should have been out behind it. It's got 40 seconds of handicap, does the 20, which is 19 less than the number 4, so it should have jumped it. The gap between them was always pretty similar to what it was before it came into pit lane, so potentially a 20-second time loss for DB Autosport in the pit stop there, which is great news for their title rivals and the championship leaders. But we'll see again. Actually, Owen Creed back into pit lane. I wonder if they're burning 2 of the stops here, and that they didn't take fuel in that last one. Well, we'll see. When this all shakes out, we'll be able to give you a running order, a proper running order. Of course, it does, switch around a fair bit during the pit stop sequence. Gishev, meanwhile, is back out onto the racetrack. Maybe that's the car that's emerged into the lead of the race, certainly ahead of Erwin Creed now. There's that very sorry-looking number 33 car. CD Sport have had a real up and down season with many of their cars. A 4-car efforts for this year. We've seen as many as 5 at some of the races. Switching up their car numbers as well with number 30 celebrating 30 years of competition for CD Sport. Now that was Adam Gishev just getting a little bit wide there, caught up behind one of the CD Sport cars, which I think was Nick Adcock, number 30. Talk about lap on it. There's the work going on to the 33. Nothing obviously wrong with it. Clearly the issue is more within the bowels of the machine. Looks like potentially a battery or an alternator issue based on some of the spy shots that Claire Cossingham was sending me in pit lane. Just saying it won't start, and so but that looked like battery going back into the car. I'm going to try and fire it up now. It's back off the jacks. Let's see if it goes. Yes, it does. Way! Well done, CD Sport crew, and they're going to get some fuel while they're in there as well. But crucially, minutes lost in that exchange. So it is Alan Gishev who leads the field now for 23 events racing and 25 seconds ahead of Adrian Chiller for ANS Motorsport. So this is turned around very quickly indeed. Big lock up here for the 32 of Alain Boulin. Just come out of the pits, of course. And so where are we at? Yeah, Alan Gishev for 23 events, then Adrian Chiller for ANS Motorsport, and then the AM leader, Maxence Maurice, for the sister 23 events car, only 1.8 seconds behind Adrian Chiller. All with one pit stop served. Then it's Bruce Giuani for Switch Racing, number 4 in 4th position, who is only 1.2 seconds ahead of Pierre Coisnon. So the pace coming back to DB Autosport by the looks of it, as their battle resumes. Then Quentin Joseph now aboard the number 9 Graf car and about 14 seconds behind them. And then the teammate, Alexandre Cuno, 1.1 seconds behind them. Expect that to swap round in about shortly. Second of the AM runners, Frederic Morel for Lamo, number 17. Alain Boulin for 32. CD Sport is 9th, and then Gwen Delamere completing the top 10. Not sure if that car has served its drive-through penalty just yet. Philippe Thirion, meanwhile, 3rd of the AM runners, and crucially ahead of their class rivals as well. Already the swap has happened between the two Graf teammates, with Cuno going ahead of Quentin Joseph. We've got Cuno, of course, silver class driver, still silver crew. Where is that? Quentin Joseph, one of 2 bronze drivers in that car, sharing with David Drew. This is our race leader, Alain Gashev. And a very strong opening stint. He'll be handing over that car to James Winslow in the second part of this race. So what is the maximum drive time for the bronze and silver pairing? So it is a maximum of 2 hours. So they can change over at the halfway distance, which I'm sure they'll want to maximise James's time inside the car. So Maxence Maurice has gone through into second position there, ahead of Adrian Chiller. And in fact, there's even a car between them as well, with Chris Short aboard the 31 from CD Sports. So that is a change for second place with Maxence Maurice. For 23 events, it's now a 23 events 1-2 in this race. Gap between them is 26 seconds. Pierre Crasnon, meanwhile, is closing on the back of Bruce Giuani for fourth position. Let's go down to Claire.
Of course, CD Sport. Now, I'm sorry, Charvis, nice to meet you, but your car was just in the garage and not exactly where you wanted to see it. Talk me through what was going on.
Yeah, it's not really the sight you want to see. It's my first prototype endurance race here, so really it's an emotional roller coaster going up and down, but you know, it's still only halfway in the race, so there's still a lot of time left, and you know, we'd rather fix the problem now than face it at the end and have a heartbreaking end at the end of the race. But you know, it's racing at the end of the day. I'm just hoping Francois can, you know, have a good stint and put in some good laps so we can push up in the table. But yeah, it's really difficult to see where we are at the moment.
Did you pinpoint exactly what the issue was?
Yeah, I think it was a battery because I saw they took the two batteries out, and then
I saw that too and had no idea. I was like, it looks like a battery.
I want to apologize. I don't really have mechanical expertise, but it looks like a battery. So.
Okay, you and I can agree on that. That's good.
I think it's a battery.
Something happened with the battery and the car did not turn on. Has turned on now. You have lost a lot of time though. How does the strategy change here?
I'm really not too sure. I think we maybe going to tweak it a bit, maybe see if we can maybe go a longer stint in the middle or something like that, maybe to make up all the time we lost. But you know, it's so up and down. No one knows where anyone is, and yeah, we're just going to have to take it as how it comes to us. So yeah, it's looking really not so good at the moment, but I'm hoping for when I do my stint, you know, I can also give back and, you know, put in a proper stint for the team as well.
I feel like this is the first time we've seen you in this championship as well.
Yes, I have raced at home a few endurance races, but you know, this is obviously a lot different, you know, with the competition and we're racing in the same machinery. It's a good experience, and I was a bit scared when I got here, but no, I have two good teammates who showed me the way, and I help with my fellow competitor Michael Stephen and Nick Eckhoff from a fellow countryman, also helping me around the block and stuff like that. So it's really it's a pleasant experience, and I'm definitely looking forward to doing it again sometime. So yeah.
Have you been racing in Europe before? Is it the first time over here as well?
Yes, earlier this year I did the Porsche Southern Europe Challenge, and after that I just started racing at home a bit. You know, I've been racing a lot of go-karting as well, so we're going to the World Finals at the end of the year. So yeah, but I'm really looking forward to making a step into next year to racing in Europe, you know, consecutively the whole time. So yeah, really looking forward to it, and really excited to see what the year and next year and all the plans and stuff like that. So.
Well, this is a good place to get your experience as well. Magny Cours is a funny track. How are you feeling? I mean, you've gone out there and done practice, you've done qualifying, but you haven't gone out there in race conditions yet.
Yeah, it's so obviously we prepared a lot on the simulator, but firstly, you know, it's a privilege to race on all F1 circuit and stuff like that. So compared for us South African people, we don't really have a good circuits like this. So it's really an eye-opener to get on a high-quality circuit as this. And it's also, you know, it's a very fast circuit, so, and especially in a fast car with the high downforce is really a lot to unwrap and stuff. But I'm getting there, and you know, confidence is slowly building up, and enjoying the weekend and taking it as it's coming. So
I suppose you're not used to racing in these cold conditions either.
Yeah, that's why I was putting on.
Welcome to Europe.
Yeah, I guess it's a warm welcome because back home I think the degrees are like 32 degrees Celsius or something. So, no offense to my team, but I'm kind of looking forward to going home after this. So.
Hey, well, to be fair, yeah. But, I mean, it's warmer in England at the moment. That says something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the French weather, you know. But yeah, really enjoying the experience.
Okay, well, good luck for your stint. When do you go out?
I'm going out last. So.
Oh, last finish in the race. That's exciting.
Yeah, so it's really exciting, and I hope it warms up a bit as well. So
it won't.
We can always hope for it.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, I talked about Nick Adcock's latest find from South Africa. There he is, Charles Visser from Cape Town. Broke the lap record at Kyle Army a few weeks ago, sharing that car with Nick Adcock and Michael Stevens. So his second outing in the Nova, but his first event here in Magny Cours, and certainly the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in terms of his European adventures, but a Polo Cup champion back in his native South Africa, and of course the South Africa Endurance Series as well. We've got a yellow flag out at turn 8, meanwhile, which is the Nürburgring chicane, and that is a fast bit of the racetrack to have an off at. So we'll try and see if we can find what happened down there at turn 8. Slippery surface flag also going out there as well. Debris reported on track at turns 8 and 9. So I wonder if we've had contact down there. And we've got a safety car out, in fact, now as well, because of that debris. So potentially contact down at turn 8. That has brought out the red flags, the safety car, I should say. It's not that dramatic just yet. But we are under safety car conditions now, and this is what Matthias Besch was telling us earlier. You can have all the gap in the world, but one safety car comes out, and then suddenly we're right back into a bunched up field. Now, this is great news for anyone in pit lane at the moment. Now, did Maxence Maurice get into pit lane just in the nick of time? Well, Pierre Croissant's coming out of pit lane. This is going to be very tight to decide whether these are going to be legal pit stops, because you can't come in once the safety car has been called. It won't count as a mandatory stop. So also in is Quentin Bassora, the number 21 DB Autosport car, Chris Short, and Jean-Francois Yvonne as well. So this could be great timing for them. Nose change on the number 21 car as well of Quentin Bassora is now, is started by Daniel, which is a lad and dad combination. Daniel Bassora is the DB in DB Autosports, but it's now son Quentin aboard. So thanks to Claire for the report there from pit lane. You can see a big chunk has been taken out the front right. Maybe this is where the debris has come from, because that nose change there, there's the picture I've been sent, there's a big chunk of the front right missing, and we can see some significant debris on the front right, and we can actually now see that nose change that was happening there. So it does seem like contact for Quentin Bassora has led to the safety car coming out, and no nice shiny red colours on that new nose that went on. So that is the reason why we are under safety car. Oh, now I wonder if, as a result of this incident, the reason Pierre Croissant has dropped down places, so I think what's happened there is Pierre came into pit lane. The number 20 car that's fighting for the championship came into pit lane and then was immediately told to go again because they were all servicing the number 21 car and replacing that nose. So that is a potentially a big issue there for DB Autosport. And yes, Pierre Croissant has now dropped down to 7th position, whereas Bruce Giuani, who's the car he was fighting earlier, is up to 3rd now. Is it safety car finding a safe line through all this debris that's been shed down at the 180-degree corner, which is actually turn 9, according to my track map anyway. So hopefully no punctures will be picked up as a result of that debris. Don't want any carbon fibre slicing through Goodyear rubber. So we can take a breather, but that potentially, that little incident there that's led to a safety car, that's led to Pierre coming in and couldn't be serviced and then had to be told to get back out again, that could have dire consequences in the championship for DB Autosport. Remember, they need to outscore the Kojimo crew. That being said, Owen Creed has fallen way down the field as well. He's down in 13th position. Now, I did think he came back in, but the timing is only showing 1 of the 4 mandatory pit stops served. So he may well have come back into pit lane, but let's see if we can find some answers. Erwin Creed, yeah, he has been through the pit lane twice, whereas everyone else has only done 1, with the exception of Pierre Croissant. So for some reason, Erwin Creed's been through pit lane twice as well. So dramas for both of the championship protagonists. This is great news for 23 events as well, who were just about keeping their championship hopes alive and could well score big here. Of course, there's still 2.5 hours to go, but if it were to finish like this, then Adam Gashef and James Winslow would be well in championship contention going into the final meeting of the season in Le Castellet. Awful lot to think about here. Let's run you through the order while we're under this safety car then. Alan Gashev leads for 23 events. Now, what happened to this car? Because there was a 1-2 for them. Maxence Maurice came in and managed to sneak in another of the mandatory pit stops. So he's one of only a couple of teams that's been able to actually tick off 2 of them so far. So that's great for the sister car. So it might be down in 19th at the moment, but they're in a very strong position. Yeah, further up. So Alan Gashev leads for 23 events. Then Adrian Chiller for ANS Motorsport, the number 71 car, should now be coming up on the minimum drive time being served for those the bronze driver inside that car, which should be a minimum 90 minutes. Yep. Then it's Bruce Giuani for Switch Racing, 3rd place car. Number 4, Alexandre Cuneau in the car that started on the back row of the grid in 4th position. The number 8 from Graf, just ahead of the sister car, number 9 of Quentin Joseph. Arlan Boulan, the best car from CD Sports, number 32, is in 6th. Pierre Croissant now 7th after that pit lane miscommunication that brought him into pit lane but not serviced. Championship protagonist down in 7th position. Then it's our AM class leader, Ultimate class leader, Frederic Morel from Lamo Racing, the number 17. Now, of course, that isn't normally an AM car. Normally Enzo Richer is a silver, but he's moved over to the 777 car with Danny Bonjour and Alexandre Lafourcade. So by default, the 17 becomes an Ultimate car, as Carol Frisch is also a bronze driver. Now, this is interesting. We've got cars coming into pit lane now. Adrian Chiller and Alan Gashef, the leaders coming in for straight to the fueling area, I believe. So that's Alexandre Cuno as well. Now, I believe this should be emergency service only, but I'm going to have to double check the procedure on this one. Okay, let's have a look at the document, because I know it has been updated lately. So the entrance to the pit lane will be closed during the first lap after triggering a safety car. If a competitor needs to refuel during this period, they'll be able to refuel with a maximum of 10 litres. Repairs can be done, but stop and go penalty must be applied. Safety cars coming in this lap as well. Ooh, okay, I'm not sure this is such great news then for those 3 cars that came in. So that's Alam Gishev, Adrian Chiller and Alexandre Cuno. So that should put Bruce Giovanni into the lead of the race. Yes, it does. Wow, that's worked out really well for Switch Racing for now. But, so potentially those cars needed, but I can't imagine they needed fuel, having probably only just come in. Very bizarre. They definitely went into the refueling area. And it's been quite a rapid turnaround as well, because they're already back out onto the racetrack. So that is an interesting one. I can't imagine why they would have needed fuel, having only recently come into pit lane, but oh well. So actually that means that the lead car in this queue is not actually the race leader. That is one of the CD Sports cars that's a lap down. I believe our race leader is actually the 3rd car in the queue. Well, we're back underway in the 4 hours of Magny Cours, the penultimate meeting of the season, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Our race leader, Bruce Giovanni, the 3rd car in this queue for Switch Racing. Little bizarre scenario that we've had here, but it's now Quentin Joseph in 2nd position in the Graf car number 9. It's that black and red trimmed machine. Should be that number 7 is a lap down now, in fact, yes. I believe they are. So that is, Bruce Giovanni trying to clear some of the lap traffic, which should be either Gregoire Croulet or, yes, it is Gregoire Croulet, the number 73, the green trimmed of the ANS Motorsports cars, and the 31 of Chris Short there as well. So I think it's the 33 of Francois Heriot that's the erroneous car front. No, it's not. It's the number 30 of Nick Adcock. But that is very much a lap down. First of the cars to be a lap down. Oh, slow moving car. One of the white and blue machines. Now, is that one of the Graf cars potentially? Who have we got moving slowly? Number 7 is moving away from the pack. So I do wonder if it is that number 7 machine, sadly. Yeah, so number 7 moving slowly. That was Max Archangelski, who had just taken over, or not just taken over, and has now actually stopped on track. So one of the Graf cars stationary at the side of the road on what looks like the run between turns 10, 11 and 12, but actually has been able to get going again. So I guess a little recycle on that car, and Archangelski manages to get going again, so should be no need for a further safety car here. But he will be well down the order now, of course. And meanwhile, Alain Boulin has come into pit lane. Showing in 2nd position on our timing. I wonder if that's a slight error there, because that suddenly jumped up ahead of Quentin Joseph. No, it was I I think that was past for position, actually. All this shuffling around actually means that Pierre Croissant is actually still in 4th position. Driver change at A&S Motorsport. So Adrian Chiller, he's done his minimum driving time, and I assume we'll be handing over to Belen Garcia, potentially. She usually does the middle stints, with Paul Giugiani rounding out the race. Race leader across line. Pierre Croissant now up into 2nd position. So this is a great recovery here from Pierre Croissant after that safety car is probably actually really, having initially hurt them, has helped them out a little bit with some of these cars having to go through. Interesting message on the timing here. Cars 20, 21, 31 and 72 mandatory pit stop not available. Not sure what that means. But Pierre Croissant, having to be looked a little screwed over earlier on, is now up to 2nd position, having passed Quentin Joseph and only 6.6 off of race leader Bruce Giugiani. Of course, they've got silver class driver aboard, and Pierre Croissant, one of the bronze drivers. One of the of course, difficulties of the all-silver pairing or trio for Switch Racing with that safety car as well is that they can't build up the advantage to negate their 59 seconds of handicap. And at 19 seconds longer stationary time than the car that's now chasing them. So it's all change once again with Gwen Delamere now up in 4th position. Not available during the first safety car lap. Was the full message from race control that we didn't get on the timing screen there. So basically that just means because they stopped under the first lap of the safety car, that's not going to count as a mandatory pit stop, which, yeah, tracks with the rules. So that was two of the DB Autosport cars, 20 and 21. The 31 of CD Sport and 72 from A&S. But I think Pierre Croissant wasn't going to count anyway because it wasn't exactly stationary for very long. Oh, another slow-moving car. Is that the same car? Is that the number 7 again? That has stopped at almost exactly the same part of the racetrack. He's stopped up in that little access road, and it is the number 7. So whatever recycle or power cycle happened on that Maxime Archangelski Graf racing car a lap or so ago has not worked. And in almost exactly the same point of the racetrack, it has given up the ghost. So if it can power through again, hopefully it can make it back to pit lane so that we don't need to have another safety car. Which would be, well, we can see teams are thinking there's going to be a safety car because everyone is coming into pit lane now. Bruce Giugiani, Pierre Croissant, Quentin Joseph, Gwen Delamere, Frédéric Morel, Alexandre Lafourcade, Jacques Wolf, Philippe Diron and Frédéric Morel, the top 9 all in pit lane now. Meanwhile, Marlon Hernandez has taken over the 154 car and is immediately setting fastest sectors. He's just on the fastest lap of the race at 135.3. Now, this safety car might help him get onto the back of the train, but you can see it's a hive of activity in pit lane now with the top 9, more than that now. Kuno, Geshev also in as well. Full course yellow coming in just over a minute's time. The pit lane is now closed, so anyone who comes in after this point now is not going to count as one of their mandatory stops. So for this top 11, that is a genius call that they have made. just wondering if Stefan Rupp made it in just in time there as well. Chris Short, Quentin Joseph was also in the pit lane there. And, well, we're going to go full course yellow, but the Graf car has actually been able to get going again. It's going very slowly, but it's going nonetheless. But we can't cancel a full course yellow now, I don't think. Oh, we can. Yes, full course yellow procedure cancelled. So never mind. Those top 11 cars are not going to benefit now from that. I mean, you can see where they were coming from. Preparing for the full course yellow, they thought that it's going to come. And so they wanted to get into pit lane before the full course yellow was actually called. That's, yeah, textbook stuff, but the resilience of that number 7 Graf racing car has defiled the plan there for almost all of them. Looks like Quentin Joseph was the first of those cars to get back. Oh, look at the queue now, though, in the pit lane refueling area. This is going to screw over many, many cars. Bruce Giuani's gone straight back out again. He's not taking fuel in this one, so he should be in a pretty good position. Maybe he'll try in a couple of laps' time to get the fuel. But, wow, what a situation we have here with several cars queuing up in the refueling area. Why don't we refuel in the pit lane? I mean, this is the first rung on the ladder of prototype racing. It's a very low step, and we do not want teams to be overstretching themselves with dangerous refueling equipment, hence why we do it in a safe and controlled manner. Very similar rules to the Creventic, of course, but that is why we do it the way we do. Incident under investigation between the number 21 DB Auto Sport car and the 72 ANS Motorsport car, currently being driven by Jean-Francois Yvon. I wonder if that's the incident that led to the damage on the front of Quentin Bassora's car that put debris all over the road and then led to that safety car we just had. Meanwhile, let's go down to Claire. Hopefully we can hear from
how are you feeling now that you've done your stint and Switch Racing are looking like they're in a good place, Alistair? How are you feeling? It was tricky out there to start, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, the team's done a great job. We came into this weekend a lot stronger than any previous round that I've been a part of. I've made a bit of a rookie mistake as well at Estoril in the dirty air, which is beyond frustrating, to be honest, but I was happy I could still get it to P1, hand the car over to Bruce, who's doing a good job, and now it's just, keeping the car there, keeping the car reliable, because we've seen a couple guys stop here and there.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a touch and go race so far, hasn't it? We just saw what we thought was going to be a full course yellow as well. Your teammate Bruce Giuani decided to stay out and also decided not to come in for fuel, which seemed like a very good choice, which could have handed you guys quite an advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I can share, but
don't share anything you don't think you can.
Yeah. But no, it was expected. You know, we knew that there was a possibility, and from what we saw in the practices and the qualies, red flags and FCYs were a big possibility. So the main thing was to keep the strategy open, and yeah, still a long race to go, but it's, you know, so far so good.
Well, 2 hours, so half the race almost done now. I mean, I don't want to say it to you know, do you feel confident? I'm not going to, I won't do it, I promise I won't do it. But it has put you into a positive position for now. How do you kind of manage the race from here?
Keep it on track and try and lose as little time as possible. Endurance racing is just keeping the mistakes to a minimum. I know that's rich coming from me, but yeah, that's it. And Bruce's experience, he's done a lot of endurance racing, so he'll be fine. He'll keep the tyres well for Sandro as well, who's going to jump in sooner or later.
in your defence, the conditions were incredibly difficult this morning, and just as I came over to say hi to you, you said it wasn't as easy as it kind of looked out there, because Sector 1 looked all right, but actually Sector 2 was pretty sketchy.
Yeah, like coming down the back straight, the fog was still hanging quite a lot, so the visibility in the second sector was a bit tricky, and yeah, it was a tough one in the dirty air. I was trying to cross his wake and try and get a bit more air on the left side of the car, and just didn't quite work out with the angle attack. Washed wide, lost the rear, but happy I could keep it out of the barriers, because for a moment there I was like, oh no, please.
How are you enjoying your time at Switch Racing? Have you been settling into the team well?
I think so. I mean, they're a great bunch. It's my third race in the championship, fourth race of the year, so I'm happy I can deliver a decent job for the team. But yeah, still not satisfied. And even though we're in the lead, it's still a lot we can improve, myself included.
A driver is never happy. Never happy, are you? I mean, you did a brilliant job out there, and now the team are. It's a collective job. That's what endurance racing is. 2 hours left on the clock then. Is this a bit of a nervy wait for you? Do you go back out?
I'm not too sure at the moment. Like I said, we're keeping the strategy pretty open. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, and it's a bit intense. But no nerves. We're just going to run our race. At the end of the day, we don't need to worry about anyone else.
Do you have any concerns that the strategy is so open? Does that concern you, or have you got full confidence in the team?
I have confidence. I have confidence in our discussion as well with all three drivers and the engineers. And I'm extremely grateful to Bruce and Sandro as well, because they've been mega, and Bruce's expertise and experience has been great to ask questions and keep learning, and that's what we're all trying to do, just keep learning.
Will we see you for Paul Ricard?
Fingers crossed, but racing's volatile, but I really hope so, because I'm loving it here.
Okay, fingers crossed. Well, good luck if you go back out, and maybe we'll be speaking to you at the end.
Maybe.
We'll
just say maybe for now.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We certainly hope to have Alistair back with us in Paul Ricard as well, as a wonderful young lad coming up from Southeast Asian Formula 4 as a race winner there. Take a little bit of a break from racing, but back with it. Got a replay here. The number 21 DB Autosport car with that new nose aboard. Oh, big lock-up though from the 73 of Crowley. And is he going to make contact with the CD Sports car? Yes, I think he probably did. So that's Chris Short getting a little bit of a barge there from, who is driving the 73 at the moment? Gregoire Crowley, it is. Was should have been putting a lap on the CD Sports car, but a little bit of contact down at turn 5. Hopefully nothing too sinister in it, and no severe consequences. So that pit stop, chain of stops we saw there in the full course yellow that never was, has shuffled things up again. So Maxence Maurice leads in the 23 events car. It's also our lead AM car as well. And Gregoire Crowley second for ANS Motorsport. And then Marlon Hernandez in this gold and black car is in third position, just putting a lap on Chris Short. Marlon Hernandez for Kojima Racing, the championship leaders, now in a very good position here in this race. It'll be Nico Prost who takes that car to the finish later on. Gilles Heriot, the younger brother of Francois, in one of the other CD Sport cars, number 32, is in fourth position. Quentin Joseph, fifth for the number 9 Graf Racing crew. Bruce Giuani, sixth for Switch Racing. All that incident between, it's saying 75, I think it should be 73. Gregoire Crowley and Chris Short at turn 5 has been noted. Sacha Clavedette is seventh for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, meanwhile, and then Belen Garcia, it is Yep, that correction's just been posted at 73 and 31. So Helen Garcia it is aboard the number 71 for ANS Motorsport. She's in 8th position. Then it's Alan Gishev in the second of the 23 events cars. This should be the swap for second position happening soon here, with Marlon Hernandez moving through on Gregoire Croulet. Now that's both silver class drivers, and yes, Hernandez did manage to go through. So Hernandez, what is the gap between himself and Maxence Maurice? It's quite a sizable one, because Maurice has already gone over the timing line and is making his way through Estoril. Oh no, big lockup though for Marlon Hernandez. Ran off the circuit, luckily managed to avoid the gravel in rejoining the circuit at the Virage de l'Ice. A little bit sloppy there from Hernandez, so he gets across the line 21.6 seconds behind is Marlon Hernandez. Now he is the silver class driver chasing a bronze driver. Of course, it's an all-AM car that he's chasing at the moment now for the lead of the race. Second in the AM category though is Dennis Callon, the champions in waiting there, the 555 Kojimo team, 5 seconds ahead of Hugo Lacasse in the 22 DB Autosport car. We've had a 10-second stop-and-go penalty come in, though, for the 72 ANS Motorsport car for driving standards. I can only assume that that is the incident that was under investigation between the DB Autosports car that led to the debris on track at turn 8, which then led to the safety car. Coming up to half-race distance now. And it is now Marlon Hernandez in second position. Let's see what he can do with some clearer real estate. He's got 3 cars between himself and the race leader, 2 of them slightly closer up the road. In fact, here they both are. It's the 70 and the 32. So Jean-Francois Yvonne, who's just been passed by Michael Stephen, who's taken over the CD Sports car now. Now, surely Michael Stephen can't be aboard that car. He's going to have to hand back over to Nick Adcock at some point, because for a bronze and silver pairing, it's a maximum of 2 hours that the silver can do. So Nick Adcock's going to have to get back in that car at the end of the race. Unless they know something we don't. Racing on the back of one of the other cars. Sasha Klavedetcher from 20th up to 7th now. 5.8 behind Quentin Joseph, and closing in on him for 6th position. Sasha Klavedetcher's done. Surely he's got to be vacating that car soon as well. So it is, yeah, that's another silver and bronze pairing, and he's got to. Well, he's got to get out of the car in the next minute or so. Because again, it's a maximum of 2 hours. So surely Klavedetcher's going to be making his way in any moment. Oh, smoking Graf car. Now that looks like the number 8. Now that doesn't look like bodywork rubbing up against the tyre or anything like that. It looked like a little puff on the straight, which could be just some oil being burned up in the exhaust, and hopefully not a sign of anything more serious. So Alexandre Cuno running in 11th position at the moment, and it does look like there's more smoke coming out the back of that car. Maybe it is bodywork. I mean, there's definitely some scuffs on the front end of that car, but it's still going at a good turn of speed, so it's not a major drama. Well, we are into the second half of the 4 hours of Magny Cours in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Let's take a look back on what's happened so far. Just under 2 hours to go then in the 4 hours of Magny Cours. We've got some yellow flags out by the looks of it. Certainly the timing is showing yellow, but I can't see anything out there, so it might just be an error. We hadn't missed anything when we were out there. Just see that change of position between Sasha Klavodetcha and Quentin Joseph there for 6th position. That's the Racing Spirit Le Mans car number 25 moving past the number 9 Graf machine. So Sasha Klavodetcha, the silver class driver. But I'm certain he can't be in that car right now unless there was a driver change that we didn't see. Did Frederic Lecour has done some laps in that car. Yes, he has, so excuse me. Yeah, because Sasha started that car and he was still in it. I thought he had an unbroken run there, but no, we have seen Frederic Lecour in the car. 5-second time penalty, meanwhile, has gone to the sister car from Racing Spirit Le Mans, the 51. For track limits abuses from Jacques Wolf. Oh no, contact between Quentin Joseph and the number 95 Sisselcom car, Sean Canivet, and that is down at the Nürburgring chicane. Now they were quite close together on the road, not necessarily for position because Canivet is in 12th and Quentin Joseph is in 6th. But we just saw Quentin Joseph lose that spot to Sasha Klavodetcha. Now he's going to lose a few more spots, I'd have thought. Now, both of them have been able to get underway again under their own steam, and both look to be relatively okay in terms of damage. Of course, we don't see what's happening underneath all of these cars. There could be further damage that is invisible, but for now, they're both on their way. So I was just about to look up if there had been any further incidents, or not incidents, any penalties coming through that I hadn't quite seen. think. So with that, we still have Maxence Maurice leading the way. Gilles Heriot is setting a very good turn of pace now, setting that car's fastest laps of the race and matching the pace of Marlon Hernandez in second position. He's 5.8 seconds behind at the moment and doing a great job out there, the younger brother of Francois Heriot, number 32 car, started by Alain Boulin, and Augustin Bernier will be taking to the checkered flag. This is Quentin Joseph in pit lane after that contact with Sean Canivet. Meanwhile, Bruce Joanni's moved up to 4th position ahead of Gregoire Croulet. Switch racing up into that 4th position. Meanwhile, Pierre Coisnon in 7th. You see here, championship challenger. Been a real yo-yo race for this car. Led in the early stages, but miscommunication in pit lane. But, Pierre running well as it stands. Getting the long driver time in now with their bronze driver board. Let's head back down to pit lane and Claire Cottingham.
And we're in the, this is your car. Let's have a quick look at what's going on behind. Twice in a row, it's not been a good weekend for you, Has. What, you haven't even gone out there yet.
I was meant to do the last session, so I haven't gone out yet. It's something to do with the fuel, either a fuel pump or something in the actual fuel tank, maybe like a piece of foam or something got stuck. But they're working on it, so we'll go out later on and just use it as a test session.
It smells very strong of fuel in here.
Yeah, they've drained the tank and they just, so that's probably why it smells. But it's okay, they can sort it out.
You've not had a lot of luck this year, have you?
No, unfortunately not. It's been a tough year. We had some luck at Portimao after starting last and finishing 3rd, so that one was pretty good. But the rest of the time, we've always had good pace, but something, either contact or breakage, something happens.
We didn't speak to you last round rather. Obviously, you had the contact early on with Chris Short, the CD Sport car. You came out looking quite winded afterwards. Obviously, you're fine now, but could you just talk us through what happened with that?
Yeah, so obviously, something happened on their car. They either something broke or they missed their braking point, and yeah, I got T-boned quite hard. At the hairpin down at Aragon, but yeah, so I was a bit sore after that, a bit of bruising, slight concussion, but now it's okay. It's all good.
A slight concussion.
That's what they said. That's what the doctor said.
Okay, but you did go back out and race, so obviously it couldn't have been that bad. You were cleared by the medical, just to be clear. Are you feeling fit and okay now?
Yeah, now I feel fine. I feel good. Like I said, I feel fine. We had good pace going into this round, but yeah, unfortunately, again, something's wrong, but it's okay.
One more round to go, obviously, in Paul Ricard. How are we viewing that race with what's gone on now?
Well, we don't know. We just take it as it comes. That's why we're deciding now for the end of this race, just use it as a test session, go out for a couple of laps, come in, do some setup changes, go out, do a couple of laps, come in, setup change, just to use this to prepare for the next race. Maybe just try to do some really different setups just to see what happens.
Might be a silly question, but how long do you think until you're going back out?
Maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, so getting about an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, so I think around there.
Okay, all right. Well, you seem at least a bit confident about it. Well, bad luck. It's sorry to see your car like this again, and hopefully we'll see better luck in Paul Ricard.
Yes, for sure. Let's hope.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Shame to see that Graf car in the garage. Max Archangelski was driving at the time. Jonathan Thomas, who had fantastic races for CD Sports last year. Although I'm sure he'd prefer the incident to happen now rather than running out of fuel on the last lap of the race as he did last year. That was the 95 at Sean Canivet just coming out of pit lane because it has just served a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Incident responsibility. Oh, we got a big one into the gravel. It's the number 9 car. That's Quentin Joseph from Graf Racing into the gravel. It looks very heavily beached, and that is at Estoril, which is a fast point on the racetrack. And I hope that videographer managed to get a good shot of that as well. But now that is surely going to need a safety car intervention, and arriving backwards into the gravel at high speed. And normally you're very worried about seeing cars dig in and roll over, but thankfully staying upright. But that looks like it could well be the end of Quentin Joseph's day. And we are going to go full course yellow. And now, who made it into pit lane in time? Sacha Klavenetcher, Pierre Croissant, Frederic Croulet, Frederic Morel, and Danny Bunchou. Potentially, they're currently in pit lane. We are going to go full course yellow in 45 seconds time. Now, I didn't see specifically when they made it into pit lane, but if they were already in the pit lane before that full course yellow was called, then that will count as one of their mandatory stops. So, hasn't been the big hurry into pit lane like we saw last time, with the top 11 all coming in simultaneously. This is the race leader. His lead is being eroded because, remember, this is an all-AM car, the number 27, that has found itself in the lead of the race overall with the various calamities we've seen. And in fact, we've gone full safety car rather than full course yellow, so the safety car's now been called. And that will completely erode the gap then, because it was about 20 seconds when Marlon Hernandez made his way through into second place. It is now 13 seconds. That full course yellow, in theory, would have kept it at about the same, but now Hernandez is going to be on the back of him. Oh, no, okay, now the message has changed again. Full course yellow. Okay, well, wait for race control to make their minds up about what they're going to do with this incident. It said prepare for full course yellow, then said safety car. Now it says full course yellow. So, and the boards around the circuit are showing full course yellow. So we will assume that that's what it is, and that means that Maxence Maurice can keep his advantage. I don't necessarily have to look for how many cars were between the two. That is the reason why we are under the full course yellow. Quentin Joseph, the 39-year-old Belgian, his second year of racing, having moved from midgets at the start of last year over to the LMP3 competition. I was with the Cool Racing squad last year, sharing a car with David Drew, but now moving over into the Novas with the Graf squad. It has been up and down, but that is the car that was on the podium last time out in Aragon, a third place finish behind the 23 events car and the race winners from Kojimo. So the marshals getting to work, an opportunity for us to thank the marshals for the work that they do, for their efforts on this very long Magny-Cours weekend. And, lots of very intense days of racing. We're running sessions well into the night as well. To think this morning that there was so much fog around the circuit we could barely see where we were going, and we were delayed by about 45 minutes to get this race underway. And now it's, well, surely it's going to be coming in, turning into quite a nice day. There's Loris Kuipers, looks like he's getting ready to climb aboard the number 8 and take over from Alexandre Cuno. So that should be the drive time finished there for for Kuno. It's a minimum 1 hour per driver in an all-silver lineup. So Loris should be taking that car to the finish. Still 2 more mandatory stops for that car to serve, and that driver change will be one of them. So Loris should only have to come back through pit lane one more time to the checkered flag. So a moment of calm in this race as we're under full course yellow conditions. Everyone limited to 80 kilometers an hour. And while the extraction of Quentin Joseph's Graf Racing car is concluded, so they've got the cherry picker out and have extracted it from the gravel. Now just taking it presumably behind the barrier. And not letting it rejoin. Racing building up for a stop. So the gaps always accentuated under full course yellow because they're moving at a slower pace. So, you know, the 14-second gap that Maxence Maurice had now looks like more like a 30-second gap, but when they get going again, it will close back up again. Jules Heriot just behind as well in the CD Sport car. In fact, the car directly behind Marlon Hernandez. Interesting, we've only seen 2 major mechanical casualties in this race. That's the number 7 Graf car that's in pit lane currently, and the what we believe to be diagnosed eventually as a battery issue on the 33 CD Sports car. Take a look at the number 22 DB Autosport car, one of 3 cars that the Daniel Basora squad has for this weekend. David Montclair currently driving that car, 4th in the AM category. Now Pierre Croissant just on pit exit at the moment. Surely would have been coming in under full course yellow. Not sure about that one. It's showing only 1 more stop needed for that car at the moment. We are getting into that part of the race where we start sort of counting back and looking at how many stops everyone's got left. The top car at the moment with only 1 more stop left to do is the number 28 23 Events Racing car, which James Winslow is now driving, having taken over from Alam Gishev. Full course yellow ending in about 50 seconds time, so the track is cleared. We're ready to go racing again. It's 1 hour and 40 left on the clock. 23 Events leading the way with their AM car at the moment through a series of fortunate events for them. There is the championship leader, 2nd place car as it stands, and looking in a very good position. In fact, we may even have to start thinking about if they are going to do enough to win the championship, because it is a 8.25 point lead for them at the moment. Now, it would need some incident for the number 20, but it is currently outside of the point, so it's worth just looking into the possibility. These 1/4 and 3/4 and half points does make things a little bit more difficult, but we're back to green flag running. And look at that, Quentin Joseph has been able to rejoin the race. Good for them. He's keeping well out of the way and off the racing line though, so as not to get in anyone's way while he tries to probably shake a bit of gravel out of his car and just get himself back up to speed. So Max Maurice leading the way. And we should get our first gap. It goes over the line. 9.2 seconds. So Hernandez was a little bit more on the button because he's gained, I think, close to 4 seconds in that full course yellow period there. That's probably, or he's was in a slower part of the racetrack when the full course yellow ended, so he didn't have to get up to speed as much. Graf Racing just taking a look at the back of that Graf Racing car, checking everything's good after that high-speed trip through the gravel at Estoril. Car number 17 is under investigation for its full course yellow procedure. That is the Lamo racing car, which should be Frederic Morel driving it. It is. And that's the 3rd place car in AM. Meanwhile, into the pits comes Alexandre Cuno. We saw Loris Kybers getting ready to take over that car. And there's James Winslow in 8th position currently, but in a very good position in terms of how many stops they have left to serve. Only one more mandatory pit stop for that number 28 machine. The 555 got Dennis Callot 2nd in the AM category, keeping well out of the way of Pierre Croissant as he unlaps himself against the AM Championship leader. And it's got Belen Garcia right in front of him, so that is a battle for position between the number 20 and the 71, just in front of these 2 cars. Here it is, through the chicane. So battle for 11th position between Belen Garcia and Pierre Croissant. As Loris Kybers getting aboard the car. Belen Garcia, former W Series racer. Also a competitive pole vaulter, which I didn't know. But comes from a racing family. Her father, Jose Luis, is a rally driver. She was the first woman to win an FIA single-seater race in Spanish F4. Now turning her hand to prototype racing, having competed in Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series in the last couple of years. The first woman to finish on the podium in European Le Mans Series as well. So that's that Racing Spirit Le Mans car just unlapping. Nicolas Molini unlapping himself against the race leader. Molini, the quicker driver in that Racing Spirit Le Mans car. It shows with Jacques Wolf, former champions of this category. The other Racing Spirit Le Mans car goes through on one of the CD Sports machines. And again, battle for position just in front of him. It's Stefan Rupp in the pink Kogemo car, Kojimo car, I should say, against Frederic Lacour. That is a battle for 9th position. Here's Pierre Croissant trying to get around Belen Garcia still. Meanwhile, into the pits comes Bruce Giuani, but let's stick with this battle, hopefully. And let's see if Belen Garcia can hold off the advances of Pierre Croissant. In the meantime, let's go back down to Killer-Cottingham.
Alongside me. Sasha, you started the race. You started quite far back, down in, I think it was 17th, and then now you're up at 10th. You had a great start out there. Talk me through your session and how it's been so far.
Yeah, well, honestly, it's been a great start. It wasn't the easiest one. We weren't expecting a safety car at the beginning, so that kind of complicated things for me because obviously there's more spaces between the competitors. But still managed to get up to 8th, I think. So that was a good first stint. And then we had a bit of chaos because we tried to go into the pits right before the safety cars, and we were pretty lucky, and we managed to do it at the right moment. So right now we're in P10, which is great. Now we just have to continue driving until the end, not make any mistakes, and gonna finish in a good position, I'm pretty sure.
Let's go back to the start of the race, because Sector 1 was okay to see for visibility. Sector 2 got a bit sketchy, so it was quite a tough start to the race. How long did it take for you to get your sort of bearings of what was going on with the visibility?
Yeah. I think, well, we had the 2 laps in the safety car, so we managed to warm up the tires quite a bit, thankfully. But yeah, you could feel the visibility was not great in the second sector. It wasn't as bad as I thought at the beginning, but wasn't the easiest one with all the cars going left and right, so it's pretty crazy.
We always say that motor racing is a bit of a game of luck as well as everything else, and we've seen up and down the pit lane a lot of teams lucking out or maybe a bit unlucky. You guys had a safety car at the right time though, didn't you?
Yeah, we've really used all our luck up on this race. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't happen. I hope nothing happens. Sorry. So yeah, we just have to continue on this path, and hopefully everything goes well.
How have you been enjoying Ultimate Cup as a whole? Is it been a championship that's you've really warmed to now?
Yeah, honestly, it's great. It's definitely my favorite championship I've ever done. Honestly, I'm more of an endurance driver. I like the long races, you know, staying in the car for like an hour. It's what I love. So honestly, and the competition's really high. So it's a really great experience. You learn a lot, which yeah. So I'm very happy for the season, pretty much.
And obviously, at this point in the race, it's hard to know what's going on with everyone's strategies. But are you pleased with where you are as it stands?
Yeah, we're gonna have to be careful with the fuel because we went in pretty early for the fuel. We have to kind of manage that and save a bit of fuel for the end of the race. But if we do that, yeah, honestly, we should be good.
I assume you're going to finish the race?
Maybe. We don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
On the fuel.
Okay. So we are really managing it out there. One more round to go in Paul Ricard. How are you feeling about the season overall?
Yeah, honestly, it hasn't been all easy all the time, but I think it was a great learning experience for sure. And yeah, we obviously have to concentrate to get a good final result in Paul Ricard and to end the season on a high note.
And will we see you next year?
Hopefully.
That's the plan.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasha.
Thanks for that, Claire. Meanwhile, the smoke coming out of the left rear corner of the Graf Racing number 8 car. Now, I theorised earlier about some smoke. We just very light puffs of smoke that were coming out of the back of that car, and put that down to oil burning or something like that, because it was happening in a straight line. But it's actually when Loris Kybers turns right-handed, it's putting the weight on the left rear, which has obviously been a little disfigured over the course of this race. And the smoke coming off that tyre now is now much more substantial with the lows. There you can see through the right-hander of Estoril, and it's just tearing away at that Goodyear rubber. Now, there are lots of high-speed corners here, and a lot of them right-handers as well. Surely that is not sustainable to the end of the race. So Loris Kybers in 9th position, surely facing a race against the clock here before that left rear Goodyear goes pop. Interesting one popped up on the timing screen, by the way, while we were chatting to Sasha. Car number 9 under investigation for full course yellow procedure. Now that's Quentin Joseph, and you'll remember he's the one who brought out the full course yellow. So I can only assume that in his recovery, he didn't think to engage the full course yellow or the pit lane speed limiter, whichever one they use, and just drove off and sped under the full course yellow when he rejoined the racetrack after being extracted from the gravel. So yeah, interesting one there for Quentin Joseph. We'll wait to see news on that, but he joins car number 17 and the Sisselcom car now as well under investigation, but that's for a pit stop procedure rather than full course yellow. Into the pits comes Marlon Hernandez from what had very briefly been the lead of the race, having passed Maxence Maurice by the looks of it. So Hernandez into pit lane, and can he hand over to Nico Prost just yet? I don't think he can, because the Platinum is a maximum of 50 minutes, so got to go another 40, does Marlon Hernandez. Stop and go penalty for car number 95 for a pit stop infringement. Oh man, this is turning into a very difficult race. A very impressive debut from Sissel-Combs, don't get me wrong. Great qualifying speed and great first stint, but that's the third penalty they've picked up in that one. Right, we just saw Graf Racing changing the left rear tyre there for Loris Kybers, but presumably they have to work on the bodywork as well, otherwise it's just going to shed through that one as well, and eventually they'll run out of tyres. But a fresher Goodyear on the left rear corner now for the number 8 Graf car of Loris Kybers. A quick check around just to see what's rubbing up against it. They're changing it again. Well, it looks like they are. I could have sworn they just put that one on. Well, hopefully Claire's got some answers for us. They've had to cut part of the car off, actually, she's telling me, in order to stop it rubbing up against there, and the tyre being changed. I could have sworn they'd already just changed it, unless we were seeing a repeated picture there. I think we were. Okay, yeah, I'm not going mad. They've changed it twice. Not sure why. Well, that is, well, this day is not turning into a good one for Graf Racing, I'm afraid. One car in the garage, one car in the gravel, and one car in pit lane that's going through an awful lot of Goodyear rubber. Points at this point in the race is going to be a difficult one to venture, and well, that will also, yeah, it's worth saying. I mean, when Quentin Joseph, sorry, was in the gravel, kind of went without saying, but I think that's championship hopes done for now for Graf Racing. So the only other hope would be Alain Gachef and James Winslow. So it might be turning into a bit of a 3-horse race going into Paul Ricard. Hour and 25 to go. Michael Stephen there aboard the number 30 CD Sport car, currently running in 4th position, but still owes us 2 more stops. Now, I'll be curious to see where Marlon Hernandez comes out in relation to James Winslow, because they have both only got 1 more stop to go now. So we've seen Hernandez come in. I don't think we've seen him come out just yet. No, we haven't. So we'll fall a couple of laps down from the race leader, but they'll have an extra stop to owe us as well. So it's pretty much between Kojimo and 23 events, I would say, at this point, depending on where they come out. And then the other one that's looking really good is Racing Spirit of Le Mans, with only 1 stop left to go as well. That's very impressive, ahead of Belen Garcia, but only by about half a second at the moment. And still keeping Pierre Croissant at bay as well as Belen. So she's doing a great job out there, closing in for what is now 7th position. Hernandez definitely behind James Winslow, though. He's already gone across the timing line. So James Winslow is most definitely then the best placed car, I would say, at this point. But then also you've got to think about the handicap in the final stop there as well, because of course the race leader won't be taking any, because it's an all bronze crew, and the 23 events car will be taking 31 seconds for being a bronze and silver pairing. Wow. Wow. We are going to keep on top of this one for the remaining hour and 23 minutes. It's looking very close indeed. Gilles Heriot, by the way, closing in on Maxence Maurice for the lead of the race. 0.6 of a second quicker last time around. The gap now 1.3 seconds. Where are they on the racetrack? Just heading up towards turn 5. The Adelaide hairpin. That is the lead battle that's starting to close down. In fact, it's now under a second as they make their way out of the hairpin through the first timing split. Someone asking in the YouTube chat what happened to the number 7. I believe some sort of fuel issue. They've had to drain the tank in there. It's been in the garage for quite some time, I'm afraid. It stopped on the road twice, actually, on the way down there. Now that's Nicolas Chartier. Oh no, Stefan Rupp, I should say, being passed by Pierre Croissant. So Belen Garcia seems to have already gone through. Yes, she has. So that's a change for 6th position, with Stefan Rupp losing a couple of spots there. Pierre Croissant and Belen Garcia through. So that's 6th, 7th and 8th, I should say. The gap went back out a little bit by a couple of tenths of a second in that previous split, and that was because they're rounding up traffic. This could be a dangerous point for them in the race as they try and get around the lap traffic. There is Pierre Croissant now in 6th position, Belen Garcia in 5th, and all 3 of these cars only have one more stop to do. Meanwhile, Marlon Hernandez, actually this suddenly is not looking so good for the Kojimo crew because they've still got one more stop to go. But they're down in 13th at the moment, behind quite a few cars. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th of the runners were still with only one stop to go. And that isn't even necessarily guaranteed a top 8 finish. So, not sure what might have gone wrong there for them. Certainly that means DB Autosport is looking in a better position because they are 3rd of the runners who've done 3 of their stops. We'll see where they come out in relation to primarily Gilles Heriot and Maxence Maurice. Not so much Dennis Callon. I think he's gained a little bit more in that. Lead gap back under 1 second, though. They're trying to get around. Actually, one of the sister CD Sport cars are actually coming up into quite a bit of CD Sport traffic, which could be great news for Gilles Heriot. They make their way down towards turn 5 now, actually. There could be some team games at play because there's 2 CD Sport cars in front of the race leader. Gap now under half a second as they make their way out of the hairpin. Gilles Heriot still following in the wheel tracks of Maxence Maurice. Hopefully we can show you that battle that is unfolding at the moment because it is getting real close. They're currently coming through turns 9 and 10 and towards 11 and 12 now, just behind these cars we're watching now, actually. If we stick with this for a while, we'll see them come through the picture any second now. Yep, there they are. Switch Racing car has joined in on this party as well. So there's Maxence Maurice, the race leader, with Gilles Heriot in close proximity, and Sandro Perasutti now aboard the Switch Racing car. Probably going to try and get around both of them, even though he is 3 laps down at the moment, owing to just where they are in the picture. But what happened to Gilles Heriot there? What happened to Gilles Heriot? He was moving very slowly. Gilles Heriot, just off the last corner, suddenly didn't go anywhere. sort of right as we went down to them, suddenly Gilles got a problem and it runs out of steam. Extraordinary. Right, well, Claire Cottingham has got answers elsewhere. Let's go down to her.
Yeah, come down to Cojamo, and of course it's a family fair here, isn't it? Erwin Creed with his two beautiful daughters getting involved. Erwin, I mean, it is a family affair, and it's lovely to see smiley faces on your girls, but not so smiley for you at the moment. Tell me what's happening out there.
Yeah, it was complicated during also the practice. We have a little issue with the gearbox, and my lap number 4 are struggling a lot with the gearbox, especially in 180 and Ligier. And so I go slowly down, you know, to find the most important is to finish the race. And it was a little bit difficult, my stint, with the gearbox and everything, but we cross the finger, you know, to don't have worse problem with the gearbox. So, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of strategy, has the strategy been working out the way you wanted to? Did you, at one point, come into fuel to get fuel and have to leave again without getting fuel? Did that happen?
Yeah, I have I make a little mistake during my pit stop. When they do fuel, my engineer say number 2 eyes closed. So I'm waiting, and unfortunately, all the pump station was full. So I need to do one lap more to come back. Yeah.
Okay, so what's going to happen now? Is it management of trying to get into the top 5?
Yeah. The most important is to make the podium will be maybe impossible, but we don't care. The most important is to make some points and to go until the end of the race. So I don't know. Marlon make quite good job, and but we'll see.
Okay, the championship's still open though. Championship's still on.
Number 1 is a championship, is not this race, so that's why.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah. So what is important is to make some points, and we'll see at Paul Ricard. You know, it will be more intense for us.
And it's great to see you. How are you having a good time?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I love this. And you're. Oh, we've lost one. We've lost one. Do you want to? And she's got beautiful hair as well. Are you having a good time?
Yes.
Yeah. It's good to see Daddy racing the car.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, well, tough luck in the race, but good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, girls.
Goodbye.
Oh, it was wonderful to see out there. We're about to go to full course yellow though, because there was a car stopped right on the turning point for the Imola chicane, and that is a fast bit of the racetrack. I haven't actually been able to identify which car it is just yet, but a car stopped in a very precarious point on the racetrack, and that is not very useful. That angle, I'm afraid. I wonder if we've got any other angles that we can show to try and identify that car, because annoyingly the track map is not incredibly accurate. I wonder if it is the 32. That car is stationary on my track map in the wrong position, but stationary nonetheless, and we did see it sort of cough and splutter a little bit on the start-finish straight right before we went to that interview with Claire. So I have a horrible feeling, a really horrible feeling, that is Gilles Heriot. We are now under full course yellow conditions. Gilles Heriot, in fact, is dropping through, and yeah, I had a minute and 21 in the middle sector and hasn't come through the third timing split. So I think that is Gilles Heriot, the number 32 CD Sports car, which is a real shame, right as it was on the back of the race leader, Maxence Maurice, who has since come into pit lane, by the way, for their penultimate pit stop, and it's Christophe Cresp now back aboard the car. Oh, close moment again. More dramas for the number 9 Graf Racing car. Is it still Quentin Joseph aboard? Yes, it is. They're lunged on the inside there by the ANS Motorsport car into what looked like Virage de l'Ice, I think it was. So the pit lane is closed. And that was the 72, wasn't it? Yes, Alexander Yvonne. Now, did the 23 events car make it into pit lane before that full course yellow was called? I'd be surprised if it didn't, but Christoph Kress back aboard, team boss of the 23 events team, former co-owner of the MV2S squad, with Stefan Roux. And, yeah, sharing that car with Maxence Maurice, who was winner here last year, in fact, with the CD Sport squad, alongside Louis and Christophe Carrière. So this could be this could even be back-to-back victories for Maxence Maurice, because it just keeps falling into place for them at the moment, with all these safety cars and, of course, not having any handicap to serve in the pit stops as well. So it's looking very, very good for them at the moment. And in fact, it's a 1-2 at the moment now, with James Winslow now up in second position. Now, if we were to go safety car, then I do wonder if James will close that gap down. But there we can see it, confirmation. It is the number 32, Gilles Herriot. That is a real shame to see. So slow out of the chicane right before we went to the interview with Erwin. He was right on the back of Maxence Maurice, but that car's finally given up the ghost. And doesn't look like he's got any hope of rejoining the race. So that car now moved into a safe location. Full course yellow will be ending in 50 seconds time. And we'll see what that's done to the order, because if Christoph Cresp has been able to beat James Winslow out of the pit lane, let's have a look. It's still showing Christoph Cresp as our race leader. I'm trying to work out where the number 28 is. A few seconds behind him. But at the moment, I can't tell if that's a few seconds or a full lap behind. So we'll work it out when we go green again and we get back across the timing line. But it is a 23 events 1-2 as it stands, with one pit stop remaining. Green flags now waving. And look at that, was Frederic Lacour, who was quite hot on the button there and able to jump Nicolas Chartier as a result of that. Danny Bunchu also quite hot on the right foot as well, and he pounces into the Chateau d'Eau right-hander. And Stefan Rupp there falling from 6th down to 8th position, with first Frederic Lacour jumping him and then Danny Bunchu as well. So that is the Kojimo car losing a couple of spots overall. That is one of the all bronze lineups, so the third place car in the AM category. Michael Stephen trying to unlap himself, and let's see what the gap is between the two teammates at the head of the field, because Christoph Cresp has just gone over the line, and it's only half a second apparently between them. I'm not sure how that's happened, because on the timing it's showing a much bigger gap, but surely this is going to be James Winslow about to take the lead of the race any moment now. I'd have thought there's probably a delay in the transponder of one of those two cars at least, because on the track map they're not that close together, but timing showing it's half a second, and James Winslow through into the lead of the race now. He has made that move into the Adelaide hairpin. There we go, we've got pictures of it now. James Winslow through into the lead of the race for the 23 events squad. A swap between the teammates. Of course, James Winslow, the silver class driver, and the 27 is the AM entered car. after their first podium of the season last time out, it could well be a first victory of the season now for James Winslow and Alan Gishev, but still another hour and 8 minutes still to go. This is looking incredibly strong for this new team. It was forged from the MV2S squad. And think about the unlucky moments that James Winslow and Alan Gishev have had, going right back to the first meeting in Paul Ricard, where the steering belt broke and James was wrestling to keep that car on the racetrack. They lost, at the very least, a podium, potentially a win. Dramas again in Mugello as well, and then the steering fluid leaking all over James on one of the hottest days of the year in Portimao in a 6-hour race as well, where he was having to do even more of the driving time than he usually would be. I saw him after that race, and boy, the lad looked like he could do with a glass of water, that's for sure. And things finally started coming together in Aragon, and well, things are really starting to come together here as James looks to pull away from the chasing field. Off the back of victory at Silverstone in the Michelin Le Mans Cup a few weeks ago with Terence Woodward. Sharing that car with one of his James Winslow Racing students, Alan Gishev. CD Sport back into pit lane here. Chris Short getting out of the car. So that should be Arthur Rojon doing his first laps, and good to have him back with us after he was injured in before the Portimao 6-hour. Onto a board and about to head back out. Meanwhile, change for ninth position with Nicolas Molini going through on Frederic Croulet. That's Racing Spirit of Le Mans going past the 73 ANS Motorsport car. Pierre Croissant into pit lane as well from 5th position. So that'll be for the final pit stop and to presumably hand over the car to Matthias Besch, which might be a little bit early. So a bronze, a silver and a platinum. Ah, no, they timed this perfectly because it's a maximum of 1 hour and 5 minutes that Matthias Besch can do. So that's actually bang on the money, sorry, for DB Autosport. Matthias Besch trying to get the maximum amount of time in as the fastest of the 3 drivers. Trying to bag a podium from this race. James Winslow into pit lane as well now for what should be his final stop as well. Just over 1 hour left. And we know these cars can do more than 1 hour on a tank of fuel. Race leader into pit lane. That will put Christoph Kresp back into the lead of the race for now. Of course, that number 27 car still got a penalty to serve as well. Matthias Besch getting the go-ahead to go, but not quite going just yet. Presumably will also swing left into the refueling area as well. Potential dramas for our champions in waiting at Kojimo. The 555 is under investigation for a full course yellow infringement. That car is currently second in the AM category with 2 more pit stops left to serve. Matthias Besch away with a bit of Goodyear tyre smoke, probably just ticking off the remainder of the handicap to be served. And yes, does come into the refueling area. Bit of smoke coming off the front left corner of that 33 CD Sport car of Jean-Ludovic Fubert. Oh yeah, quite a lot of smoke coming off of either the brakes or something else on that car. Oh, more dramas for DB Autosport, number 21. That car's already had a front nose change, and Quentin Bassora taking the briefest of trips through the gravel, just on the outside of the Virage de l'Ice. See what happened here. Is it going to be a front right lockup? Yes, it is. Classic moment into that corner, runs off the circuit, and just a little dip into the gravel, but nothing too major. And so for the 33, that should be Charles Visser getting aboard that car now, doing his first laps in the European Endurance Prototype Cup race. It is a 1 second stop and go penalty for the 555 for a full course yellow infringement. So Dennis Cannell still with 2 pit stops to go. 25 seconds off the race and class leader. They're both AM cars, but it's not going to do too much, I think, in terms of disrupting their chances of winning the AM Championship with a significant advantage. Oh no, whatever problem it was on the front left corner, Charles Visser is not going to be able to get onto the racetrack just yet. His first racing laps have got to wait a little bit longer. Going into the garage. Meanwhile, David Drew has gotten aboard the number 9 Graf car, but I think hopes are pretty dim at this point, as Dennis Cannell does come in, presumably to serve that penalty, and then we'll do one of those last 2 stops. We're in a bit of a pit stop sequence at the moment as we approach the final hour, but it is Christophe Cresp back into the lead with James Winslow doing his final pit stop. Let's look back at what's happened so far. Final hour then of the 4 hours of Magny Cours. Charles Visser having to wait to get his first racing laps in with a problem on the number 33 CD Sports car. We are back into the pit stop sequence, so we've had James Winslow in for his final pit stop. We wait for Christophe Cresp to do the same, and Belen Garcia is now in to hand over to Paul Trajani, which will be that car's last stop from second position. It was with Frédéric Lacour still with one stop to give us, as does Nicolas Morlini, Marlon Hernandez, Frédéric Coulet still with two more stops to give us actually. Sebastian Morales just come out of pit lane. Now that does have a 1 second stop and go penalty to serve for a full course yellow infringement. And I don't think it did it because one of the mandatory stops has just been ticked off. So I think it's still going to come through pit lane once more for a penalty and then once more for the final mandatory pit stop. The next driver to have done all the mandatory stops is changes a bit. Is it David Moncler, number 22? I think it is. Which James Winslow is actually behind. So this is interesting. So the 22 DB Autosport car, presumably just from not having to do any handicap, has managed to jump the car that was leading the race, and substantially as well. Because it's there's a massive gap between them. I can't be reading this right, surely. Let me get a piece of paper to actually hold up against the various lines, because I'm probably just reading the wrong bit off there. Okay, I was, thank goodness. So ignore what I was set there. Yeah, right, okay, so it's DB Autosports number 22 has beaten James Winslow out of pit lane, and James Winslow is 28 seconds behind. That's surely the battle for the lead then. I mean, potentially Christophe Cresp in there as well. Matthias Besch now aboard the number 20 DB Autosport car, one that's fighting for the championship. I mean, this is all going to shake out over the next 40 minutes or so. It is the last 15 minutes where the pit lane will close. Meanwhile, Matthias Besch, having just gotten aboard the car, fastest middle sector, and does the car's best lap of the race, 1:35.0. Still 2 seconds away from his lap record of a couple of years ago, but going to town. That rather beaten up Graf Racing car that's had a bit of the bodywork on the left rear corner chopped away to stop it chipping away at that left rear tyre. We saw that car was smoking earlier with Loris Kaibers at the wheel. It is still the Swiss driving. He's in 6th position at the moment. It's showing in 6th position, and all the stops done actually. So that would be the best placed car, which I find impossible to believe. So I think it must have just ticked off all the mandatory ones, but it's surely going to have to stop again. Okay, keep an eye out on that one. People up Matthias Besch fastest in the second and third sector, and a 34.5 now, taking another half a second off of that car's best lap. He's got Sebastian Morales in front of him, the fourth place car in the AM category. He's going to have to round up. Then it will be Paul Trajani and James Winslow that are ahead of him for position. So David Moncler has just come into pit lane, so even though he doesn't have to legally come in again, clearly needed an extra stop along the way somewhere. So I think it's working out. James Winslow in the net lead of the race for 23 events, then Paul Trajani for ANS, and then Matthias Besch for DB Autosport. Let's see how that works out. Enzo Richer now aboard the 777 car, getting his first racing laps on that car, moving over from the number 17 from Lamo Racing to join Danny Bunchu and Alexandre Lafourcade. And I think he's in a net fourth at the moment. Minute and 24 is the lead for Christophe Cresp to this car, Frédéric Lacour, but both of these cars still with a pit stop to serve. Loris Kuipers is in pit lane now, so I was right, that car does need one more stop for fuel. Nicolas Molini coming in as well for the 51's final pit stop from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, the teammate to this car. And we'll be curious to see where Nicolas Prost emerges in relation to the championship rivals, because should close up very nicely the final meeting of the season in Paul Ricard. Squabble going on here between Nicolas Chartier and two of the CD Sports cars, not for position, sadly. The 30 is way up the road with Michael Stephen, but that's Arthur Rojon trying to get around his more experienced teammate and unlap himself. Arthur Rojon back in the car, back with the team, and ruffling some feathers. Rojon in the 31, young Frenchman. Went straight from karting to GB3, did Arthur. Quite the step up, as they both get around Chartier now. As I say, not for position. So after 2 years in GB3, now trying his hand at prototype racing. Unfortunately, these are the sole two CD Sport cars left back on the left on the racetrack, because two of them are in the garage. Although it looks like Gilles Herriot's car is going back out onto the racetrack, having been recovered. Remember, that's the car that stopped on the way into the Imola chicane, and so is several laps down. In fact, there it is. Yes, back out into pit lane. Hopefully that means Herriot will be back in the race. Excuse me, it won't be Gilles Herriot in the car. He was in the car when it stopped, but it's Augustin Bernier who will be in the car if and when it goes back out. The younger brother of Victor Bernier, who we're used to seeing in GT Endurance, but also in Porsche Carrera Cup France. The 555 cars had a sort of bit taken out of the front, hasn't it? It's got a sort of crooked nose out there, or some slightly crooked teeth, perhaps. There's a sort of front lip that's been removed from that car. An extra bit of real estate right in the middle, right underneath the car number and the primary sponsors. Seem to be affecting Sébastien Morales too terribly much. Team boss at Kojimo and on course for the AM title. For Denis Callon and Philippe Dirion, it'll be back-to-back. Sébastien Morales didn't get to lift that particular crown last year because he missed a couple of races. There will be back-to-back titles for Kojimo. And then the question will be, can they make it a double and claim the overall as well in Paul Ricard? We'll find out. He's about to be lapped by the race leader, Christophe Cresp, once again. Already 3 laps down, both with one more stop to serve. But that's astonishing. That is the class leader. Don't forget, that is another AM car as well. Our race leader at the moment is an AM car, and he's just passed his class rival to put a 3rd lap on Sébastien Morales, the team that has been dominating the championship so far this year. I think that just goes to show just how well they've timed all of their pit stops. They've gained massively in these various full course yellows and safety car periods, I think. More than a century of laps completed now as well. 107 for the race leader. With 45 minutes to go, Matthias Besch continuing to close the gap. Of course, he's gone past Sébastien Morales. He's 3.8 seconds behind Paul Giugiani, which I think is for a net 2nd place in this race. On the inside there from Alexander Yvonne, but thinks better of it. So Paul Giugiani in the 71. ANS Motorsport potentially scoring a podium here for the first time since the 2nd meeting of the season in Mugello. A welcome return to them. Former monoplace champion with the Ultimate Cup is Paul Giugiani, but adept at LMP3 competition with the ANS squad, sharing a car with Julien Lemoine last year. 19-year-old from Corsica. Car that was started by Adrian Chiller and then handed over to Belen Garcia. Perasuti hit 13th position, but where they'll end up, certainly been a very strong showing for the Switch Racing crew as they continue to learn more and more. Led earlier on with Alistair Young. Maybe some of the pit stops didn't quite go their way. Of course, the most heavily handicapped car as well. It's one of 3 all-pro lineups. Matthias Bech doing another fastest lap of the race at 34.4 now, and 1.9 seconds behind Paul Trajani. Seconds away from his lap record, his Matthias Bech. I don't think we're quite going to beat it today. You see the sun starting to poke out now after what has been a very grey morning here in Magny. There's James Winslow. We believe the net race leader. He's just got past Gregoire Croulet for overall position. That'll be because Gregoire Croulet's just come out of pit lane. Winslow last victorious, I think, in Mugello, September last year in this championship. With the Graf squad in very different conditions, I must say, as well. That was the sort of shortened 2-hour race after the horrendous red flag. Didn't go his way in terms of the championship fight. This is that battle for a net second place, with Matthias Bech closing in on Paul Trajani. Now Paul Trajani, the young Frenchman, being chased down by the uber-experienced Swiss racer, who's we had here in the commentary box the first hour of the race, a super experienced driver, an LMP1 competition, pole sitter at Le Mans this year in the LMP2 category with the TDS squad. So this is an awful lot of pressure that Paul Trajani is about to soak up. This pair 22 seconds behind James Winslow, who we believe is the net leader of the race. So this could be the podium being decided here. All 3 of those cars have done their 4 mandatory pit stops. No reason for them to have to come back in again. And remember, Matthias Bech is trying to close down the gap to the championship leader. Marlon Hernandez currently in 3rd position as the championship leader, but with another pit stop to go. It is very likely that DB Autosport will be closing down the gap, maybe even taking the championship lead before the final meeting of the season in Paul Ricard. Through the Grand Curve and round Estoril, Matthias Bech trying to find that narrower line and put half his car at least in cleaner air, using more of the racetrack on the left-hand side as well. Paul Trajani, that ANS Motorsport run car, giving the slipstream to Matthias Bech down this back straight and towards the Adelaide hairpin. A big dart to the inside from Matthias Bech there, trying to show, oh, he's managed to force an error out of Paul Trajani, and through into 2nd place goes Matthias Bech. We think that is a net 2nd place that is being disputed there, and that was classic stuff. Feint to the inside, force your rival into a mistake, scare him away from the apex, and I'm afraid Paul Trajani just got taught how to race wheel to wheel by an incredibly experienced racer. That was cracking to watch. So, now the question is, can Matthias Bech close down James Winslow? 22 seconds. Let's see the move again first, though. That dart to the inside just puts him off, and he has a little wiggle, does Paul Trajani, turning into the corner. And so he runs out wide, and that allows Matthias Bech to just slip through into what we think is a net 2nd place. But yes, 22 seconds to James Winslow. Well, it's even less than that already. It's only 20 seconds. He took 2 seconds out of James Winslow on the previous lap without even trying. I think James probably caught up in a little bit of traffic there, because it was a 1:37, which is about 2 seconds off of that car's best time. Oh, Paul Trajani again struggling with the rear, going through Estoril there. Now hopefully that's not the rear tyre starting to give up, because Trajani is on course for his first podium with the ANS squad alongside Chiller and Garcia since the second meeting of the season in Mugello. That was a while ago now. Great battling here in the closing stages of this race. We're about to get the final order with 15 minutes to go. Meanwhile, let's go down to Claire.
Yeah, come down to Switch Racing. Bruce Giovanni alongside me. Bruce, sorry, there was some racing going on track. I made you wait there, but as we were talking, you do this as well, so you're used to telling drivers, sorry, one second. Let's talk about your race, though. A really positive start, but we're a bit unsure how it's going to go from here, aren't we?
Yeah, no, I'm back since I've been away for 2 races because I was doing WEC with some of your fellow British commentators, Martin Haven and Graham Goodwin. Hello, guys. And yeah, I'm coming back, and the team's improved massively. There's new people in there, and they just took a lot of experience very fast. And I jumped into a car which was straight away super competitive. And again, just now in the race, the performance is there, so that's mega. Alistair Young, the son of Alex Young, he's doing an amazing job. He's a really hard worker, super precise. I'm actually learning from him, so that's super interesting. It makes us work more as well. Yeah, the beginning of the race was great for us, but we got a little bit unlucky with the full course yellow and how it unfolded. So yeah, we lost a few spots just on strategy because we were out on track. We're going to stop, so that's a shame. And now we're paying with the penalties for being silver drivers, which are like really strong, and we have to live with it. So we're going to see how it unfolds towards the end of the race. But yeah, performance is there. See how the race goes until the end, if we're lucky or not.
We actually spoke to Alistair while you were out on track, and he mentioned he was learning a lot from you as well. So it's a real family team at the moment, isn't it? Everyone's sort of learning from each other to move forward and make this a real racing team that could win some big races.
Well, that would be great. I mean, the desire of the team is to grow, and they have great partners, and yeah, they want to go further. I don't know if I'll be there. I hope I will. We'll see. But in fact, it's Alistair is a new generation of driver. He works a lot on the sim, so he's actually studying into details what you can do into driving. I'm old school. I don't do sim. I just go on pure instinct and knowledge and experience. But he's actually going into details, and I'm looking at it, and I'm actually learning some stuff from him. And then he asks questions about strategy on car setup for the race, or what we could do to make the car a little bit better in quali, and this is my experience. So yeah, I can give him a few advice or my point of view. But it's true, we're actually learning from each other, and yeah, and it is a family team. The atmosphere is fantastic. The sun's coming out.
It's really bright.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I hope we're gonna get a little bit lucky towards the end.
Yeah, I was going to say we've got 30 minutes left or so now. It's been 3.5 hours of racing. Where do we see ourselves in 30 minutes' time?
It's super hard to read the race, in fact, but if we finish in the top 10, it would be good. It's going to be disappointing in the end because we were right at the front and fighting and keeping like from first to worst case on pace. It was P4 or top 4. So now with how the race is unfolding, it's yeah, it's a bit disappointing. But I think the team's still learning, and maybe at the last race of the season, which I won't be part of because I will be in Bahrain for WEC. It's a shame, but I love doing WEC as well, so that's no worries. But maybe they can do something right there.
Okay, well, we'll miss you. It's nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Absolutely cracking to have Bruce Giovanni with us, World Endurance Championship pit reporter and former French Top Gear presenter as well. Joining us for a sort of half-season campaign with the Switch Racing squad. Also, I'm very much looking forward to catching the Bahrain race in the bar after our Paul Ricard meeting. And not least to see how Francois Heriot is going to get on as well. Of course, he's been in this race battling for the LMGT3 title in the World Endurance Championship with Mr. Of course, the squad. Right, let's see. Ho, ho, ho. Matthias Besch is closing down James Winslow. This car, the number 20, has already taken 6 seconds out of James Winslow's advantage and gone about 1.8 seconds quicker on that previous lap because Matthias Besch did the fastest lap of the race, 1:34.313. James Winslow in the 36s. So I hope this is not a return of mechanical woes that has hampered the season of James Winslow. Very wide moment there for Jonathan Thomas, probably just trying to stay out the way. He's just come out of pit lane and is plumb last at the moment. 18 laps behind the next car, which is Charles Visser, which has also spent an awful lot of time in pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on the gap between James Winslow and Matthias Besch because we think that is going to be the lead of the race. It's now down to 11 seconds, goodness me. And I will say James Winslow is in a bit of traffic at the moment. He's just gone around the number 30 of Michael Stephen. He's now got the Lamo car in front of him of Carol Frisch, the number 17, and then he's got a little bit of clear space. But meanwhile, the car behind, the number 20, I think is, well, he's got a little bit of traffic on this lap in the form of the number 73 ANS car of Gregoire Croulet, but for the most part, much clearer track in front of him. Of course, James Winslow is probably working his way through a little bit more of the traffic and waking it up a little bit more. Christoph Cresp, meanwhile, has come into pit lane for what will be his final stop. Now, so that is the race leader. Let's see where he comes out. I assume it'll be Maxence Maurice taking over the car to the finish, but this should be a critical phase in this race because that car is unhandicapped as an all-bronze car and may well still have a massive advantage. Yes, Max Maurice getting inside the car. Claire Cottingham tells me from the pit lane for the final 30 minutes of this race. You can see a couple of fresh tyres going aboard. Maxence Maurice being strapped in. I'll be fascinated to see where this car comes out in relation to the sister car, Besch and Trajani. And meanwhile, Matthias Besch has taken another 3 seconds out of James Winslow. The gap now 10 seconds. He himself had a slightly slower lap, though about 1.3 off of his previous lap. And so we wait for Maxence Maurice to exit onto the racetrack. Where is James Winslow? Well, presumably he's got to go and get some fuel first of all as well. So he'll lose a fair bit of time in there. So I think we've probably got another minute or so before that shakes out. Because of course he was leading by a lap. Frederic Lacour in the number 25 Racing Spirit Le Mans car has also come into pit lane. Remember, top 4 in this race still owe us a stop. And they've only got 15 more minutes to do it. And they have to be in pit lane before the 15-minute mark. That is when the pits close. So Marlon Hernandez, Michael Stephen in 3rd and 4th position do still owe us a stop, as does Sebastian Morales, the 2nd place car in the AM category, and Gregoire Croulet, the number 73. Of those who haven't had any major dramas and spent several minutes in the garage or in the pit lane, that's all of them. So 27 coming back out onto the racetrack now. Yep, confirmation on the timing, Maxence Maurice. And so he's come out behind Marlon Hernandez on the racetrack. We're going to have to wait a lap and see where that's all shaken out. It's Hernandez who's taken the overall lead of the race now. I think Maxence Maurice is still in the net lead of this race here, which is astonishing. Oh, bit of dust and grass being shaken up there. Hopefully not by the number 8 car. Oh, is that the Switch Racing car or the Lambo car that's gone off the road? It's kicking up a little bit of gravel, and presumably that's the car that was responsible for some of the dirt and dust. And oh, now that's Enzo Riche in the 777 Lambo car with a dive on the inside of Loris Kybers and gone way, way into the gravel. Is he just going to keep it out of the barriers? I think he did, you know. So very fortunate to get away with that one. And yeah, I've just had confirmation he did not hit the barriers. But that's Enzo Riche was trying to pass Loris Kybers for position. Astonishing, yeah. Loris Kybers got a bit unnoticed in this one because he's still 4th, or well, let's say 5th now, of those who have done all of their stops. Bearing in mind the dramas that car's had, that's a fairly good go, I would say. Bearing in mind it was chewing through the left rear tyre with the bodywork earlier on. So, Maxence Maurice has gone back across the timing line, and yeah, I think he is in the net lead of the race. In fact, he's only 5 seconds behind Marlon Hernandez, who still has a stop to give us. Meanwhile, it's 8.5 between James Winslow and Matthias Bech, so maybe that's the podium battle we need to be watching now. So perhaps ANS Motorsport has missed out there on what would be a podium finish with that move from Matthias Bech. It's an incredible effort from the 23 Events crew. Another fastest lap of the race from Matthias Bech, 1:34.140 now for the Swiss racer. So where are we at 26 minutes just under left on the clock. Still pit stops owed by Marlon Hernandez. Nico Prost has not gotten aboard that car yet, and I know Marlon is a very rapid driver, but they were able to put Nico Prost in the car, you know, a good 40 minutes ago. It's now turning into a rather pleasant early afternoon here in Magny. The sun started to come out after a very foggy start to the day. We had a roughly 45-minute delay or so before we finally got this race going. So a great battle in the early stages between DB Autosport and Switch Racing. Alistair Young closing up on the back of Romain Carton, spinning the car, losing 2 places, recovering those places, closing down the gap again before making the move for the lead. They've both fallen away from there ever since. So Matthias Bech just got around the 57 of Nicolas Chartier going into the Grand Curve, putting a lap on that Kojimo machine. And I wonder, just probably ever so tentatively when you are battling the teammate of your championship rival. Dive on the inside there at the 25. Sasha Klavedeccia putting a lap on Carol Frisch. To the Chateau d'Eau. great pace from Maxence Maurice, we'll say. Oh, problem there for Loris Kybers, ran off the circuit into Virage de l'Ice, the number 8 car, struggling to get going, but does manage to get back onto the racetrack without too much drama, right in front of the race leader, in fact, as well. But as I was saying, great pace from Maxence Maurice, only lapping a few tenths of a second away from Marlon Hernandez, silver class driver. The gap 7.4 seconds. We know Hernandez is due in any moment now. I'm delighted to say now that I've got Alistair Young alongside me, hopefully for the closing stages of this race. How are you doing, Alistair?
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty eventful race so far. It's been fun to watch.
I was just recapping, you know, the first part of your race, which was, yeah, quite eventful. Great battles.
Yeah, a little bit messy, unfortunately. Bit of a mistake there, but it was good fun.
It was great to watch as well, and yeah, closing down the gap as well. We had your dad in the YouTube chat room as well. Very proud dad.
Oh, that's nice. He's watching at home probably then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you guys at the moment, Sandro in the car running in 10th position, but we've still got a couple of cars still to give us a stop in the next 7 minutes before the pit lane closes. But it seems like I think this is the first time you guys have led a race.
Net position, yeah. I mean, Nico was able to get into the top positions last time out in Aragon in the third stint, but it was out of sequence. We had to box early because we started so far back. But yeah, you know, this round has been such a great turn of pace, quite literally. And it's great to be leading that first stint, and it's been really nice to have the pace to fight, even from the first practice.
Absolutely, and it's not like normally we see with the all-silver crews, and everyone else puts their bronze driver in, so you just see the silver crews go up there. But you know, Roman is also a silver class driver, so you were fighting someone on some equal footing there.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't really pay too much attention to the other guys in the car, but yeah, I knew I had a job to do, try and get us in the best position possible. Fortunately, I lost maybe 10 seconds with that small error through the gravel. But yeah, I think it's been mostly positive so far. We got a bit unlucky with the full course yellows and safety cars with the pit stops and stuff too. But yeah, a top 10 is also the first time we've been there net towards the end of a race, which is, you know, great to see.
It's great to see the progress that the team has been making. Just going to draw attention to the closing gap between James Winslow and Matthias Besch real quick, that we believe is for a net second place in this race. Matthias Besch has brought that gap down from 20 seconds. In fact, they're side by side now going towards the Imola chicane. Matthias Besch on the outside line. That is going to be a very brave manoeuvre. Fantastic stuff from the former LMP1 racer to take that place away from James Winslow. That is 4th position for now, but that could be second at the checkered flag.
That is such a hard move to do as well, because around the outside instead is difficult on its own, but it's such a small braking zone. You carry so much speed into that first apex. That was mega.
That was mega. He's closed that from 20 seconds, that gap was. Matthias Besch has got the bit between his teeth and doing everything he can to try and take the championship lead before the final round in Le Castellet from the Kojimo squad. Brilliant stuff. That's a highlight of the season, that has been right there. But James Winslow, demoted down to 3rd position, would be back-to-back podiums if it were to stay like this. And I guess now what we need to do is take a look at this gap to Maxence Maurice, but I think it's very nearly a lap, isn't it, between Besch? It's somewhere in the region of a minute and a half.
Yeah, 1 minute 52 is what I've got at the moment at the timing screen, which is a bit of a task.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the gap to
Nico
Prost, but he's actually in the pit lane at the moment. So yeah, that 23 events car might actually be leading by a lap by the end of this.
They've done such a phenomenal job, you know, timing the safety cars, timing the full course yellows, and just maximizing or minimizing their time in the box when everyone's going slowly or quickly.
And that's what endurance racing is all about, isn't it? And of course they're unhandicapped as an all-am car, which has probably helped them a little bit as well. But the timing of their pit stops with full course yellows and safety cars has been nigh on perfect. So this is Nico Prost now aboard the championship leading car that's about to emerge. Is that Paul Giugiani just getting caught up behind potentially the 555 car in a very high-speed section of the racetrack. So I think now, as Prost comes back out onto the racetrack, we're going to see properly what the gap is. Oh no, sorry, that's the 555, isn't it? That wasn't...
Yeah, that's the 555. Similar colours, but yeah, coming out the pit. I think Prost is already out. You know, he didn't have to do the fuel stop either in the last 20 minutes, so they must have done a mega job fuel saving this whole way as well.
Absolutely. So it is Maxence Maurice who leads by a lap. Wow. But they're actually pretty close on the road because Maurice has just gone through the picture, and there's Matthias Besch. So they're just over a lap apart.
Yeah, Besch is still gonna push like crazy. His pace this whole, well, since I've been here, has been pretty eye-opening to watch. He's been a nice target for I think most of the drivers on the grid as well. But yeah, props to him and the pace he's been doing. But it's also really cool to see a full bronze car leading the race.
It is pretty crazy, isn't it? And in fact, I was just saying that Maxence Maurice victorious here last year with the CD Sports squad. So I think he's starting to like Magny Cours now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely suits some drivers better than others. It's a really high-speed technical track to get right. It's my first time here, but it was really nice to learn the track as well. I remember watching all the F1 races in the early 2000s, and yeah, it's nice to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah, how have you found your first visit to Magny Cours?
Cold and a bit foggy.
Yeah.
But other than that, a real pleasure. It's just nice in general to be racing in Europe. It's a real privilege, especially where I'm from. There aren't too many Malaysians out in Europe at the moment. I know Putra Adam's got a Lamborghini race this weekend, so all the best to him. Hoping he does well. But yeah, it's great to be here. It's nice to be doing endurance, and these cars are actually pretty incredible to drive. Super quick.
Yeah, the feedback that everyone gives me off of this car, as we see just James Winslow putting a lap on Sebastian Morales into the hairpin. They love the balance, the weight. You know, it's a lighter car than LMP3. The competitiveness. I think most drivers come back and they say no notes.
Yeah, and I think the way the championship's set up as well, with the mandatory stops and how long the tanks actually last, you know, there's a lot of play with the drivers and how they can extend their stint and open up a strategy. So that's also been really fun to work with the engineers and try and maximize that.
There is a fan in the YouTube chat cheering for Switch Racing because they've got a Malaysian driver in the car, so that's great to see.
No, it's great to see, and always nice to see the Kiwis. I know that's all the Switch guys cheering us on as well.
So great stuff as DB Autosport number 22 have to just straight line the chicane a little bit. There's a flurry of cars. We're trying to get around it. There is your car, Switch Racing, Sandro Perasuti. How's Sandro been getting on? Because of course we saw him at the start of the year in the GT4 Porsche in GT Sprint.
Yeah, that's right. He's done a great job, even in Portimao, that first weekend that we both did together, to get to grips with a high downforce car and the different techniques that might be needed, as well as the lack of ABS. He's done a good job. Today he's done well as well. You know, the pace has been pretty solid. We're slowly creeping up the order as we just tick past 15 minutes, so the pit window is closed now, and everyone's done their stops, except the number 32 car in 22nd position.
Yeah, that car spent quite a bit of time in the garage. So yeah, I'm not surprised it hasn't quite been able to get through all the stops, and I don't think they'll care about the penalty, to be honest, in 20 seconds. So let's take stock then, as we have the final order, everything now full position. Maxence Maurice leads for the All-Am 23 events, number 27 crew. Matthias Besch is in second position for DB Autosport, and I think on course to take the championship lead. I'll do that math shortly. He is a lap behind the 23 events car. 6.5 ahead of James Winslow in the sister 23 events car. Paul Giugiani 14 seconds back for ANS Motorsport. Sasha Klavedetcher has just moved up to 5th position for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans crew, ahead of Nico Prost, the championship leader. So that might have just been Prost getting up to speed, potentially, as the Enzo Richer car, the 777, is in 7th position. Then Sandro Perisuti in 8th for Switch Racing, Loris Skybers 9th for Graf, Nicola Morlini 10th for the sister Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And then in the AM category, 2nd is the Lamo car, number 17, currently being driven by Carol Frisch, and then David Moncler for the 22 DB Autosports crew. But in 4th position, Sebastian Morales for the 555 Kojimo crew, set to become champions with a race to spare alongside Dennis Gallon and Philippe Diron.
We have a little bit of a fight for P5. Sorry, yeah, P5 coming up here. Nico Prost is about 3 seconds away. The next car behind him is 5 seconds, and Sandro's just 3 seconds off that 777 as well. So it could be spicy in these last 12 minutes.
It could well be. Take a look at the pace. Certainly Sandro's lapping quicker than Enzo at the moment, so that could be one to watch. In fact, nice. Oh no, sorry, Enzo's not in the 17 anymore. I'm too used to seeing his moved cars for this weekend.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's moved from the 17 to the 777.
I just want to make your job difficult.
Yes, exactly. No, it's like when people wear special helmets. But there he is, in that blue car that's just gone through the picture.
And they're all on the same straight. We saw Nico Prost turning in for T1, and then the 777 and Sandro in the background there. So now they're all together, net positions, no lap cars in sight, so it's just a fight for position as Sandro runs a little bit wide through T3. Sandro, if you can hear me, please no track limits, mate.
I don't think he's going to listen to that message.
Yeah, well, hopefully...
Would you listen to it?
Not if I could see those guys right there, but last thing we need is a 5-second penalty.
I think it's 8 points for the Kojimo car if it were to stay like this. So if it were to stay like this, Romain Carton would take the lead of the championship by 1.25 points.
Oh, talk about close.
For the ahead of the final round, absolutely. Brilliant stuff. So that is, with a 2nd place finish for Matthias Besch. And
he's pushing.
Finish.
He's catching all these lap cars and overtaking them really well.
And how much of a ball ache is lapping traffic? Because we always say it's not about not losing time, it's about losing as little time as possible.
That's exactly right. I mean, in endurance racing, there's no blue flags. Let's just be realistic about that. You know, even in multi-class racing, it's the driver behind who has to get past his lap cars. And it is tricky, you know, with the wash in these cars, there is quite a lot of dirty air, but that's just part of the game. So you've got to minimize the losses, minimize the mistakes, as I didn't do very well, but minimize most mistakes when you're doing a full stint, and that's how you get the most out of it.
So 10 minutes to go then, and Matthias Besch has come just behind the number 17. Was that Sandro?
Sandro is 7/10 behind Nico Prost, I think.
Oh no, sorry, it was the 21 DB Autosport car actually that was going through the picture. Similar livery on those cars, but thankfully they've damaged the front nose and had to replace it, so it's much more easy for us to spot the number 21.
Fantastic.
Now.
Well, maybe not fantastic, but easier for us.
Not that this will make any difference, but a 1 minute and 54 stop and go penalty for the number 32 CD Sport car of Augustin Bernier for not doing the mandatory 4 pit stops, down in 22nd place at the moment. So I'll put him behind the sister 33 car of Charles Visser, but 20 laps ahead of the Graf car that was in the garage for an awfully long time.
I've actually got a question for you.
Oh, excellent.
That first stint was really foggy, and I was struggling to see stuff. So how could you tell which car was which out there? I haven't looked back at the footage yet.
The footage was quite good, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we could see a surprising amount.
Okay.
We were able to play with various brightnesses and things like that. So I think It wasn't too much. I wasn't squinting and going, "Oh, who's that?"
Yeah, it didn't. It did clear up after the initial safety car start, but it really picked up again after 10 minutes towards the second sector. And I'm not sure if that's because of the mound you have just after the 180 corner, where just the fog was sitting. But yeah, that's something I've never experienced before. Oh, Sandro track limits at turn 3, second infringement.
Now,
definitely trying to make me sweat.
Well, he's just gone past Nico Prost and Sandro for 7th place, but Nico was 4 seconds slower on that previous lap. I just wonder what's happened there. There's more problems for number 7, but it was in last position anyway. I think they're just looking to give Maxim Archangelski a little bit more running. It's in dead last anyway. It spent a lot of time in the pits, but yeah, Nico Prost 4 seconds off, has just lost 7th position. So actually, has even fewer points for them now. That would be.
I just wonder whether they're
77, I think.
Extreme fuel saving mode, because down the straight he's lost about 1.5 seconds off his usual pace in the first sector, which is mostly straights.
Well, here he is. Nothing obviously wrong with the car that we can see at the moment.
Making apex as well.
He seems to be pushing as well, based on how much the back end's squirming.
A lot of curb as well, but the back end squirming could also be the rears finally going off after this long.
Potentially. I'd be surprised if it was going off to the tune of 4 seconds a lap, though.
The high speed looks pretty good as well.
But he's done another 139, though. Sorry, I cut over your point.
That is weird. No lap traffic either, so it's a bit of a mystery why he's slowing down so much. He is getting caught down the straight quite quickly, though, as well.
So we're thinking big fuel saving then, potentially. And this is the championship leader that is, yielding spots at the moment. How much of gap is there to Loris Kaiber's? Only 5 seconds. They'll be lucky if they finish inside the points in this race.
Past Nico Prost as well. So even the lap cars are going past.
So David Drew's gone through, unlapped himself against the championship leader there. 6 minutes left on the clock. You would think Loris Kaiber's would get through at the rate he's catching him. Morlini might be a little bit out of reach. So the championship leader is going to come away with 2 points, with their nearest title rivals second. And let's not forget, James Winslow and Alan Gashev keeping their championship hopes alive going into the final race as well, with a back-to-back podium finishes. So it's going to be a 3-horse race. If they were to take 15 points again, that would put them on 70.5. And so it would only be, 10 points separating the top 3 with 1 race to go. That's a tasty finale.
I might not even drive. I want to watch that.
You'll be able to just, you do the starts, don't you? So you'll be able to watch the rest of it.
Yeah. Hopefully they let me take the lead again. Sandro just crosses our screen again. And Betch looks like he's kind of just settled into rhythm, accepted second place, and then just has to bring the car home. He's done a great job.
Yeah, he may well be 2.5 seconds quicker than the race leader, but a lap down. Like we say, just because of the incredible timing of those pit stops.
Yeah, they did do a good job. Well done, Laurent, who's their engineer.
So nothing obviously wrong with our championship leader, but we think in a fuel-saving mode. Loris Kaiber's to within 4 seconds now of Nico Prost. And so it will be DB Autosport who take the championship lead. And Sebastian Morales, Philippe Derion and Dennis Callon taking the AM title. Came here with a 48-point advantage in the standings. Really, it was going to have to take them not finishing and the Nicolas Chartier and Stefan Rupp car to have a perfect race, which has not been the case. So, Alistair, before I let you go, what are the plans that you've got? Are you doing anything between now and Paul Ricard? Are you working away at 2026?
Yeah, that's a great question. To be honest, I'm taking it day by day at the moment.
Fair enough.
I'm racing in the Indian Racing League alongside Neil Yarni, John Lancaster, Akshay Bora, so quite a few cool people over there that I like to drive with. I would love to stay in this championship for at least, you know, Le Castellet. It's probably the one track on the calendar that I've done before, so I'm hoping for some decent pace there. But yeah, it's, you know how difficult it is at the moment in the driver market, how volatile it can be, which is unfortunate in the career or the sport at the moment, but it's just part of the game. The main goal is just to stay racing, stay in Europe would be ideal, because the end goal is to hopefully compete in a world championship and hopefully fight for a world championship by the time I'm 30 years old. So, you know, we've got 8 years, see how far we can get.
Yeah, you've got a while yet. Don't be in such a rush.
Yeah, I'm never satisfied, so just got to keep going.
All right, Alexander Hamilton. Have you seen it? Please tell me you've seen it.
The Broadway show?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Very
right. Well, thank you very much. I do try. Sorry, 4 hours, and it's been a long 4 hours as well.
Oh,
Clearly,
by
it's
yourself
taken its toll
as
on me.
Round of applause to you.
I did have my tyres at the start of the race as well. I was very grateful for that. But I will let you get on. You can go and back to your team.
Thank you very much
for coming and having a chat with us.
It's been great.
Yes.
Hope everyone has had fun watching.
Absolutely. And we hope to see you back in Paul Ricard as well. So, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And whoa, big moment there for Loris Kuypers as he very nearly ran into the back of the Lamo car. Now, he's been struggling to get that car stopped for a few laps now, but just about avoided the back of Carol Frisch, which is the second place car in the AM category. And he's also done that right in front of the overall race leader as well, who's now on his penultimate lap of the race. Maxence Maurice will remember so well from a year ago where he benefited from the Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas car running out of fuel on the final lap of the race. He took that victory with the father and son pairing of Louis and Christophe Carrière. This is going to be a pretty sensational outright victory for an AM car. And we've got a great championship fight in prospect for the final race of the season. By my reckoning, 10 points separating Romain Carton, Matthias Besch, Erwin Creed, Marlon Hernandez, Nico Prost, with Alam Gashef and James Winslow. 3 contenders still in it. And it's been a very dramatic 4 hours of Magny-Cours. But a stellar performance. 23 Events Racing will come home with their first ever victory in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Maxence Maurice starts his final lap of the race now. It's due to be a double podium finish as well, with James Winslow and Alam Gashef running in 3rd position. We'll have a new championship leader in a lap's time as well, if it's to end like this. And we will crown our AM champions of 2025 as well. Into the Adelaide hairpin for the final time as the clock officially hits 0. Little bit of lap traffic for him going through the chicane. It's the Loris Kuypers car and the Carol Frisch machine. Shouldn't be too much drama for Maxence Maurice, who is going to make it back-to-back victories here at Magny-Cours, which I'm sure he didn't expect going into the weekend. Le Mans Classic racer, French rally driver, sharing the car with Christophe Cresp, who made the split from his longtime MV2S racing partner Stéphane Roux to create the 23 Events Racing team. And now they are going to take their first victory in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Maxence Maurice exits the final chicane, and it is victory for the number 27, 23 events car of Maxence Maurice and Christophe Cresp in the 4 hours of Magny Cours. James Winslow comes across the line for back-to-back podium finishes alongside Alain Guichev, and it's a double podium finish for the 23 events squad for the first time ever. Matthias Besch will come across the line to take the championship lead for DB Autosport in the number 20 car alongside Romain Carton and Pierre Croisnon. Fourth, just missing out on the podium by 7 seconds, was Paul Giugiani in the ANS car that he shares with Adrian Chiller and Belen Garcia. Meanwhile, across the line has come the 555 Kojimo car, third in the AM category. Sebastian Morales is the AM champion of 2025 alongside Philippe Dirion and Dennis Callon, who win it for a second consecutive year. Second in that category will go to the number 17 Lamo car of Carol Frisch and Frederic Morel. A fantastic day for Kojimo Racing. They seal the AM Championship for a second year in a row. Can they make it the overall title as well in 4 weeks' time in Magny Cours, in Paul Ricard? There is Matthias Besch across the line. What a performance from him. What a move he put on James Winslow to take second position. On any other day, that would have been for the lead of the race. But with all the fantastically well-timed pit stops for 23 events, that has worked out very much in their favour and been an incredible effort. With a bit of luck, but a great result there. Maxence Maurice back into Parc Fermé already, where Alexander Ban will be waiting for him, I'm sure. As Matthias Besch will enjoy this in-lap, I'm sure. But I make that 10 points now. The new championship leaders, Romain Carton and Matthias Besch. As Maxence and Christophe celebrate their first victory in the championship. First event, not the first win for 23 events in any category, of course. That went to Louis Woodward and James Winslow a few weeks ago at Silverstone. But a first in the Nova, a first double podium in this championship. Fantastic effort. A new championship leader. Our champions on the AM podium as well. See everyone just trying to organise themselves there. There's a lot of hustle and bustle in Parc Fermé. Big celebrations down there. And so Nico Prost did manage to get over the line in 8th position in the end for the Kojimo squad with Marlon Hernandez and Owen Creed. So does bag those, 4 points it should be. So that actually should put them on 75, I think. Because it goes 1, 2, 4, yeah, wow. Not the day they were hoping for, I'm sure, but still every opportunity to turn it around in Paul Ricard, where of course they lost out to DB Autosport at the start of the season. That's going to be a very interesting finale. Hopefully we can hear from Maxence and Christophe any second now. You can see Alexander Ban is down there. Just waiting for Maxence to take the helmet and the balaclava off. And let's now hear from our race winners.
les vainqueurs du jour, les 23 events numéro 27. Maxence, j'ai envie de commencer avec toi. On se connaît personnellement, je sais à quel point ce circuit t'est cher. L'année dernière, tu as gagné. On a parlé hier de se succéder à soi-même. Tu m'as dit, oh, je sais pas, on verra. C'est ce que vous avez fait avec Christophe aujourd'hui.
Ouais, c'est incroyable hein, sur Magny Cours, là, je sais pas ce qui se passe, mais les planètes sont alignées à chaque fois. Non, que dire, l'année dernière avec mon fils, là, cette année avec Christophe, franchement, on a fait une course parfaite. Le team mérite vraiment parce que toute l'année, on a eu des galères. Et là, franchement, c'est très bien pour le team, quoi. Pour 23 events, là, c'est top, c'est top.
Christophe, l'an passé, vous aussi, vous avez cherché la victoire avec Pierre-Alexandre Provo partout. Il y a toujours eu quelque chose, là, enfin, ici, après une course. Et puis, c'est double victoire au général et en catégorie âme.
Ah, c'est super, parce qu'effectivement, comme on disait tout à l'heure, on a une équipe qui fait une voiture toujours incroyable. Il nous arrive des choses, mais ça, c'est le sport auto, malheureusement. Et ouais, et puis avec mon pote, on gagne. Lui, c'était le porte-bonheur d'aujourd'hui. Et franchement, ouais, la voiture était incroyable, la stratégie était folle. On a eu toutes les planètes s'enligner, génial.
Écoutez, bravo messieurs, je pense que vous avez mérité d'aller célébrer cette première position and then go back to Claire for the rest of the interview.
Thank you, Alex. Right, we are going to head over to second place first, the DB Autosport guys. And in the middle of all of those people is the hero of the moment, Matthias Pesch. So I'm going to see if I can get him out so I can speak to him. Come here, Matthias. Here we go. Hello. Wow. I mean, that was pretty incredible. That final stint was something to put into the record books.
Thank you, but I think it's the whole team. Everybody drove really well. I did my part of the job, but the others as well, otherwise I cannot do that. And the team as well, you know, we had a good strategy on the calls. We managed to fuel under VFC. So yeah, that was quite decisive for the podium. I thought we could win, but yeah, with the time penalty today and the pace of the others, it was just too hard.
I mean, you did everything you could to get that win. There were some really incredible overtakes out there.
Yeah, I was flat out from the beginning to the end. At the end, it was a bit tricky because some people were fighting, not making it easy. So I was just scared to, you know, have a tangle or something and lose the podium for nothing. So it was a kind of a balance to find at the end, but I was still able to post some fast lap. I think we have the fastest lap of the race and the pole and P1 in Pro-Am, so that's pretty good.
I was going to say, this is really important for championship points at this point.
Yeah, that's mega important, especially our competitors finish quite far behind. But yeah, as any championship, everything is possible until the last race. But for sure, it put us in a really good position for the title.
Looks like you had a bit of fun out there as well.
Yeah, it was good fun. Was good fun. It's always fun when you have a good car and you pass people and you try to fight for wins. So no, was good fun. And thanks again to DB Autosport because they did a really good job.
It was a great entertainment to see you out there. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Right, the big cheers going on just behind us. And as soon as James and Alan are finished cheering, I'm going to have a chat with them. They're trying to walk off, which I'm not having at all. Let's bring them over. They're just saying hi to Jimmy Choo at the moment. I'm going to follow me over, Eric, to break up this party. You're sweaty. Sorry, that's actually a bit gross. Alan, I'm going to take you around as well. Congratulations, guys. Another podium. Jimmy, I'm so sorry. We'll come back and chat to you in a second. Sorry, I ruined your chat with Jimmy there, but we've got live television to have a chat. You can chat to Jimmy afterwards. Congratulations. It could have been different. Obviously, just at the end, you got caught, but still it's another podium and another finish.
Yeah, I had no tools left in the toolbox to fight with at the end. The tyres were finished. Tyre pressures were a bit too high at the end there. They were very good when it was cold, but when the sun came out, yeah, the 1.9 was way too much and a few flat spots, and I was struggling out there with man flu for the last half an hour.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not meant to stand close to you. But not a bad performance for someone that's been really struggling over the last couple of weeks, for the last couple of days with illness.
Yeah, Hallyday did a fantastic first stint. We were like a long way in front in first place, and then we maybe got unlucky with one full course yellow when we boxed, and they didn't actually call a full course yellow. That probably lost us half a lap. That was a shifting point from winning the race to coming second in the race, which is in class what we've just finished.
Elib, let's talk about your stint a little bit, because again, it was really impressive out there, managing a lot of things, and also the conditions to start. We went from foggy, couldn't see down towards turn one, to now the sunshine is out.
Yeah, the weather was really challenging at the beginning.
but we managed to do a good job, and we get to a third and then to a second position at the beginning. Caught some good pit stop time, and probably my first double stint was very good.
No, definitely. It feels like you two are really getting into a rhythm now.
Yeah, for sure.
maybe one race too late, but unfortunately. But this is still putting you into a great place in the championship, isn't it, Alim?
Yeah, for sure. We look forward for Polar car. But what I want to say a huge thank you for our racing engineer, Nathan, and our team, 23 events. During the practice, they did a great job to setting up a car, and also we had some issues with gearbox. They changed it right before a quali. That's why I thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. Didn't hear about that. Well, guys, another podium for you. You've got to run up there now and celebrate with some champagne, but we'll see you in Paul Ricard.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Amazing. So they are going to head up to the podium now. We have got more racing to come, of course, over the weekend. So do make sure you stay with us on YouTube. If you want to see the Prototype Endurance Championship finish and wrap up, we will be doing that in Paul Ricard in a couple of weeks' time. Just stay across our socials, stay on our YouTube. You can get all the information you need for that final round to see who is going to be crowned the 2025 champion. For now, though, stay on our YouTube. We've got plenty more racing to come for the rest of the weekend.